basically here we are for understanding what exactly the IAM. Okay. So as you already know, IAM basically defined for identity and access management. Okay. There are a couple of 2-3 terms it is to be combined, and we are working on this 2-3 terms. Basically, I stand for, as you already know, identity. Okay. Identity is anything. Okay, if I'm talking about anything, means it is related to our corporate network, it is related to our living and living areas. Okay, identity basically defined for our users. Okay, our computers, our printers, our folders. Okay, any kind of things like our devices, whatever the things you have seen in your organization, that is belongs to the identity, like your name. Okay, that is one of the identity. Okay, any machines you are working, that is one of the identity. Okay, that is having there some of the attributes, some of the level of attributes, some of the characteristics behind that area. So everything it is terms and then identity. Okay, so over here majorly the thing it is we are talking about that the identity, how this identity came across in this picture, whether we are going to go ahead in our organizations. Okay, not only the organization area, anywhere some of the identities we are divided into that the digital side, how it is to be the digital area, like your transactions. Okay, your invoices. Okay, that will become your ID. Okay, according to the government's ID card in India, that is Aadhaar. So that will become our identity. Okay, for any individual who is residing in our India location. Okay, so that is comes under that the identity area. So identity in a corporate area, identity in a general area, or you are talking about any of the resource, any of the things related to the user, computer, folder, everything having their own identity. Either it is in a digital format, or either it is going to be useful for your daily basis purpose. Okay, so this is we need to understand basically what exactly the identity it is. Okay, so I'm talking about much more on the identity and the identity and access management area for the entire class. I can tell you what exactly the things we are dealing all these things in our industry area. Okay, like if I'm talking about in an office, in an organization, if I'm talking about organization. Okay, beside this thing and inside the organization, there are two kind of things. Okay, here is the one of the user. This is one of the user. Now if it is comes in the organization, it will become the identity of that user. Okay, how it will having that ID. ID means employee ID. Okay, then the user is having over here name. Okay, his age, correct, his date of birth, his address, his contact details. Okay, his status, his religion. So that is becoming that the all the character sketch. We call it is a attributes. We call it is a attributes. Okay. Here outside the organization, we call it is a character sketch of this users. Okay. But if it is comes in that organization, we call it is completely all this area like a attributes. So these are all the attributes of this user. Like if you join any organization, you are having that email ID. Okay, email ID. Email ID means organization related email ID, not your personal email ID. Okay, personal email ID also is the one of the attribute, but the corporate email ID, the work email ID, your employee ID, your project ID, your division ID. Okay, your manager ID. So all of the things belongs to that your attributes of this identity, whether it comes to that the organization. Organizations are basically dealing all these things in their entire activity once this organization is going to be stand up. Okay, so organization is working on this thing area, and it is very hectic schedule in the past, but right now we are having the couple of tools to engaging with the some of the vendors. We have the partners, we are working right now in the digital platform in the cloud area. So we are able to engage all this thing. Okay. Now, once this you already understand how this identity is going to work, why we call it the identity, and now it is comes to the access part. What exactly the access? If you already know, like you are already from that the cybersecurity background, so you already know what exactly the access. Even you also know what all the access is, like organizational area and in daily life. What all the access you are having in your daily basis purpose? You are having the home access, correct? You are having the room access, correct? You are having some locker access in the bank, correct? You are having your some of the additional access related to your banking side and all of the thing, correct? But in the organization, what do you mean by the access? Okay, so access is related to the your application access, okay, your domain access, correct? Application access, domain access, your SharePoint access. Again, it is comes to the part of application also. Okay, your printer access, your any kind of device access you are having. Okay, if you are talking about in the organization, so these access came in the picture, not these access. These access are for your daily basis purpose, correct? So now the question arises, if we are having the identity, we are having the access, so who gives that access to us? Who gives the access to us? There is something, there is in the middleware person who is providing you the access, who is providing you the authority to try to access on that area. Okay, in that parameter there are two terms comes in this picture. First terms comes in the authentication, and the other term comes in the authorization. Okay, so still we are on this page, identity and access, but again the two terms comes in this picture, authentication and the authorizations, correct? Now if you are talking about a banking in a daily basis purpose, if you go to the bank, you are having the account. Okay, you are having some details of the bank details, account details, you have a PIN number. Okay, rest of the activities it is to be there. So there should be comes under that the authentication, authentication of the person. This means this person is authentic for this bank. Okay, now all comes to that the authorization. Banks give you the permission or not, it's all up to the banking side, correct? Banks gives you the permission or not, that is comes in the authorization part of the bank area. If you want to give you the access or such of the your locker account details like transaction history, if they wanted to give you the access, so then they wanted to give you the access on the basis of authorization. Okay, similarly in the organization, how this authorization works, like I log in the O365 application. I'm having this application, correct? I'm having this O365 application, but still I am authorized for this application to access or not. That is, I need to check. Someone give me the permission. Someone give me the grant for this thing. Okay, then in terms that is comes as the authorization. Like my manager will approve some of the request for me for O365 application. Then I am able to get this application. Okay, so similarly in the authentication part is nothing is like that. You are having that application, you are authorized for doing this activity, but the authorizations is the last things. Once you are having the application, it's good enough. The application knows you. Okay, but either what kind of the authorization you are having, either the read access, either the write access, either read or write both access. Okay, that is comes under the authorization area. Okay, so there are four terms we are coordinated right now. First thing is identity. We already know, we all are over here, we are the identity. How we are joining, we are having some names over here, but we are joining with some of the organizational email ID who just give us some permission to land it on that page. Okay, identity and access. The whole terms, if we club with them, then becoming a management. This is how organizations are doing management. Organization having multiple projects related to means multiple clients they are having, multiple vendors they are having, multiple partners they are having, correct? To work on those areas, organization having these things, but they also need users or resources to work on these areas, correct? Now the area of work comes to that the organization, how they are managing all these things from here to here, or either from here to here, how they are managing, that is becoming a big question for the organization. Till so far how organizations are doing, they are very difficult for them to manage all this area. Like in that the major side, it is to be like they are having multiple things to manage all these things in the past. Firstly, in the starting days, they are having Excel sheets to managing the resources, correct? They are having the data, they are managing their name, age, DOB, project code, whatever the things. Then the picture has changed. Then they are having SQL, DBA, databases. Okay, all of those Excels now comes in the query side. Okay, now they are having folders. Okay, in that the tables they are having. Inside the tables, they can easily manage all these things. Okay, now later on that is comes in the picture, which is we call it as a AD, Active Directory. We call it as a Active Directory. Okay, from Excel to the Active Directory, there is a long journey between the softwares, evolutions, and everything. So we call it as the evolution of storing the information. Okay, now from the Active Directory, we are having cloud directories. Okay, everything we are storing in the cloud area, correct? What we are storing over here? We are storing identity still. Okay, from here we are talking about identity. In tables we are talking about identity. In Active Directory we are talking about identity. In cloud directory we are also talking about identity. Identity is nothing but it is the data. Data of to whom? Data of the resources, data of the devices, data of the each and every resources which we are having or we are using in our industry. Industry means organizations, correct? So we have three things right now, 3 to 4, 5 things we already learned so far: identity, access, authentication, plus authorization, and now it is comes as Active Directory, AD. Okay. Firstly, AD is started by Microsoft. Okay. Now every organization having their own Active Directory, correct? Active Directory means they are having their cloud directories right now. I tell you what is exactly the Active Directory. Okay, we have the session on that area also. Okay, but today's session I am giving you some heads up on the terminologies we are supposed to using in our coming sessions. Okay, Microsoft having their Active Directory. Okay, they are coming from databases to Active Directory. Still in the Active Directory we are using multiple kind of objects. Objects in terms of like we are maintaining our users, we are maintaining our folders, we are maintaining our devices, we are maintaining our groups over here. Okay, because it's a bigger site, it's a bigger picture. Not every company integrated Active Directory. Active Directory majorly integrated for all those organizations which are having a bandwidth of around like more than 10K plus 50K plus 1 million of the users are they are having. They are maintaining in a larger sites. Okay, that's why they are maintaining all this detail in the Active Directory. Okay, Active Directory over here, I give you some heads up on that area. What exactly the Active Directory? Active Directory is nothing but like your similar to your telephone directory. Similar to your telephone directory. Okay, those who know how the telephone directory look like or how we can search a person with his details in Active Directory. Similarly, in Active Directory, we can do this similar kind of activity. Like over here, I just give a name like Veena. Okay, if I wanted to search in a telephone directory, I'll go to the alphabet V. Okay, then I'll go with the alphabet VE. Okay, then I found Veena over there. Multiple Veena names are we there. Okay, and number of. Okay, then how I could find my correct Veena, but I know her location. So under the location, I found his contact details. This is how telephone directory build up. Okay, this is how this telephone directory work in a hierarchical manner. Okay, similarly over here in Active Directory, we are using the same functionality, same principle. Okay, like in Active Directory, we are also managing hierarchical manner. Okay, we are managing hierarchical manner. Okay, like say we are having one organization xyz.com. Under that xyz.com, we are having some departments. Department means some verticals. Every organization is having verticals. Okay, like they are having admin department, they are having IT department, correct, and they are having HR department, some finance department, accounts department they are having, correct. So organization are working on 3 or 4 pillars. Every organization are. Under admin department, there are some of the sub departments are be there. Okay, who are managing. Some department means like some of the departments are working on marketing department. Some sales departments are be there, correct. Some department who are checking on some R&D kind of stuff. Okay, similarly in the IT, there are some having development department, correct. Some are cyber security department. Okay, some are department which they are supposed to do some research and development area. Similarly in the HR department, some are for hiring purpose, hiring department they are supposed to be there, and some department who are managing events and all, events, training, surveys, learning purpose basically. Similarly for the account department, they are having payroll department, some engagement departments here. Okay, so this you see some of the hierarchy inside the organization. We are maintaining xyz.com. Some of the department we are having admin, IT, HR, accounts we are having. Inside that thing we are having marketing, sales, R&D, development, security, AD and in all of these department, who are we there? Who all are in this department are working? Like users are working under that department. Some identities are resource. I already been there in those all those departments. In every department we are having our resources, like in our organizations, correct. So these resources are having some name, some IDs. Okay, so how many users are we there in all of the department? Might be n number of. Okay, n number means let's say 10k. 10k of the users this organization is having. Okay, so this organization is having with the name of like Veena @ xyz.com. Now this is one of the user ID in the organization. This is how we now call it in an organization. Not with this only Veena, with this domain name xyz.com. Okay, this all of the management, it is to be taken care by my AD. This is the how the AD is functioning. If I wanted Veena, might be Veena is working on development department. So how could I reach Veena? Firstly, I go to the domain, which domain she is working. My company having multiple domain xyz.com, abc.com or else. Then I'll search which department she is working. Okay, so I know her email address only, veena@xyz.com. So I'll go with this domain. Now I'll search for this IT department she is belonging. Under the IT department she is belonging to the cyber security. Then I'll find Veena. So if I want to give access Veena on a way, like any kind of project, any kind of deal, any kind of promotion, any kind of manager I wanted to assign to her, okay, then firstly I need to get to know where exactly she is residing. So it's quite easy for me to accessible Veena in the entire 10K of the users, because it is a hierarchy. It is a meaningful manager, meaningful management entire in the organization. I'm not searching from firstly from marketing till my account department. Okay, this is not the way I can search, because Active Directory gives us a heads up in a very meaningful or in a hierarchical manner to trace out, to search each and every object, each and every identity. Okay, this is how the Active Directory do work. Now Active Directory, right now Microsoft having Inter ID, correct? Now AWS having their own ID. Still, some of the products which are having to be in the market, they are having their own. Google having their own AD, but they are all in the cloud area. They are all in the cloud area. Okay, we can talk about much more on the AD side. So firstly, let's understand where we exactly here to understand what exactly that the comes in the picture: identity and access. Again, they are divided into 4 segments. Okay, first one we call it as a IAM. We call it as basically identity and access management. One thing it is comes with the identity management modernization area. We call it as a IAM. Then it is comes in the picture IGA. Then it comes under in the PAM. Okay. Now there is new term it is comes under in the intelligence threat, or either it is coming under in the AI area. Okay, right now this is supposed to be identity and access management domain is upskilling inside in the AI side right now. Okay, this is all, it is already been completed so far. Okay, now they are going ahead in the AI side. Okay, over here in the identity and access management, if you are talking about that area, it is supposed to be divided under that the compliance, authentication and authorization basically. Authentication and authorization. Then under identity, governance, we call it as IGA, and we call it governance and compliance. Okay, now it is comes a privilege identity, privilege administration, or we call it as a PAM solution. Okay, and rest for the AI part. Okay, in authorization and the authentication area, we are having couple of the things on which organizations are working. Couple of the things means there are n number, not n number, like limited number of the tools through which we can do our activity. Similarly, for our IGA side, we are having some tools, or we can call it as a product in the market. Similarly, for our privilege band, we are having some tools, or we can call it the products in the market. Okay, so these all of the things are in the market right now. Still, we are understanding, or we are talking about IAM only, because IAM is our prime suspect or prime thing through which we distributed our work in a multiple kind of tools, multiple kind of area of tools, multiple kind of functionality, multiple kind of products. Okay, in every segment, like in authorization and authentication, still we are taking IAM. In IGA side, still we are talking on the IAM. In privilege identity, in the PAM solution, we are talking about the IAM. In the AI side, we are also talking about the IAM. Okay, so this is how this IAM is so much big in this industry. Okay, so IAM is not a product. First thing, IAM is a completed technology. Okay, complete solution. If I'm talking about solution, solution means there should be some query, questions, query, questions in the market. Okay, which is to be not solved by organizations or companies. Okay, this is how these solutions comes in the market. I am working, I am having one organization, either it is a middle size or is a large enterprise. Okay, I am having my resources, I am having some projects, I am having some clients, some partners with me. So who can take care of all of these things? My 4 departments, are they enough? Like my admin, like my IT, like my uh, HR, accounts, are these 4 departments are quite good enough? Who can manage all those this area? No. They are supposed to be only workable till the time the documentation purpose or the communication or consulting work it is to be there. But whether it comes to that the solution part, technical area, I need some solution. How I can do implementation? How could I do developmentation? Okay, how could I do prepare a solution configuration area? Then I need some solution. These all questions of my organizations given by all of these area of the IAM. Then it comes to the picture IAM. The role of the IAM comes in this picture. Okay, whether your organization is dealing with n number of difficulties, how the things are going to be deployed, how I can achieve the solutions, how I can set up my organization in a very secure manner, scalable manner, and profitable manner. Okay, to upskill in the market. Okay, so that's in the term comes in the picture is IAM, that we call it as a solution. Okay, now again I told you solution means lot of things are we there. We are having some tools who can provide the solutions. For authentication authorizations, we are having a tool Okta in the market. Okay, we are having some tool ping identity. Okay, for IGA part, we are having a market called SailPoint. Every product, every tool, every product, every tool deals with only with IAM. These are providing you the solution according to your industrial aspects, according to your industrial need, according to the project of the your client is having. Okay, SailPoint, Savient. Okay, PAM solution we are having CyberArk, Beyond Trust. Okay, so these are all the tools. There are so many tools. There are 4 or 5 tools are with there. Okay, who can give you some heads up. Okay, now over here, apart from these area, Microsoft, as Amazon, Google, they are having their own tool. We call it as a Azure. We call it as a AWS. We call it as a GCP. Okay. Similarly, for rest of the organization, they are having their own products. IBM having their own product. Oracle having their own product, who can provide these solution for the IAM practices for their clients. Okay, they are not going to that area. They are going to that area if their clients they require. As I told you that client is a major thing. Any client come up with the n number of projects, so they can go ahead with these kind of products also. But they are having their they worked on themselves. They are having their own product in the market. Okay, majorly they can work on these areas. Okay, so this is we call it as a solution. That's why we call it as a solution over here. Okay, I can also present some of that the PPT also, but firstly I get to know exactly what I'm trying to achieve over here and trying to understanding to you like in a way like how this organization are supposed to work. Because if I'm going through like the PPTs and other documentation purpose, it's quite like is the theoretical aspects, not too much on the practical side, or might be the things in the PPT area, whatever it is to be written over there, that is fine enough, but it's not too much easily understandable as in the pictorial format. That's why I'm delivering you this session quite in a way like you can easily understand what exactly how this industry is working, the IAM industry is working. Okay, how this IAM solution, IAM things it is in this market right now. Okay, because last couple of I am working last couple of 15 years in this identity and access management domain. I worked on multiple projects. I did practice project, I did configuration, implementation and development projects. Okay, similarly, if you guys joining or if you guys cross skilling yourself, deploying yourself in a project area, so you just came up with your prior experience, but it's good to understand some new approach how these things it is to be there. This identity and access management area is not more talkable in the industry, but right now every organization having their own team of IAM. Every organization, okay, they are having their own team of IAM. Till so far you have seen there is a development team working on application, correct? Testing team, okay, DevOps, CDCI pipeline team, DevOps teams. Okay, till so far you have seen these kind of teams, but we are having right now the IAM teams. Last couple of 6+ years, this IAM sector is booming. Why it is booming? Because new organizations comes in the market. Correct. Every organization wants a seamless process. Every organization wants to big. Every organization wants reliability. Every organization wants security. Okay. Then it is comes to the IAM side. IAM is not only to identity and access management area, but it's more functionality. It is to keep secure and manage the identity. Okay. In IAM, we are talk about the security. Security plus the management, secureness, to whom all these terms, to whom, to all the identity, again the identity, Making a security to whom? Identity. Making a secureness to whom? Identity. Making a management to whom? Identity. Because identity means data. Important. Very much important for each and every organization. No organization want a breach. Okay. Even Facebook don't want any kind of breach. But still, there is some of that the things. Everything comes in the market. New technologies are rising every day. This data is also going to be breached. Okay. So there should be some of the area through which we are making a security for our identities. Now, if the identity is there, so there should be some risk. Now we can take in care by the security. Then in the comes with the picture, there are a couple of things comes in this picture in the identity and access management side, like MFA, multi-factor authentication. Okay, we are having some security, like we are making a security on the network side, like Citrix, Palo Alto, Zscaler. Okay, this is how we are making our network security much more capable to identify the risk, or either any intruder, any kind of hacker is not going to be hack our system. Okay, so that is comes under the security. As you are working on the cyber security area, so you know each and everything in the security, why security is required, why we are making our security. Okay, in the Microsoft side, we are calling them Microsoft Defender. There is Microsoft tool who is working on that area. We are having multiple tools who can take us the logs also. Okay, SIM tools, Splunk is there. There are n number of tools are there to keep secure the security. To whom? Identity. Correct. So this is how this IAM is so big. This is how all the fields are open in the IAM sector. Anyone wanted to go ahead in the security side, they can make a career in the security. They can learn the security tools. Okay. If there anyone wanted to make sure to work on the identity management, they can learn n number of tools, as I mentioned to you. Okay. So these kind of tools who are supposed to work for our identity and make our organization in a way to any kind of things I can achieve in a quick note. Okay. Like if I'm talking about organization having some websites where my users are going to work, resources are going to work. Okay, some of the person give them the access. Okay, the authorization and the authentication on this application. Correct. So resource get this access, but how this application is tie up with my organization, that is becoming a question. Okay, then it comes with the solution. If there is a question, there is a query, there is a solution. There is a solution called IAM. Under IAM, which tool is going to work? Now we are having authentication, authorization, and we required SSO. So it means that we are looking for Okta kind of product, which gives you these kind of capability. Okay, every product having their own features. Okay, Okta having some of the capability. Similarly, SailPoint having their own capability. SailPoint majorly works on compliance side, review side, governance area side. Okay, these products are having their own capability. Okta is having their own capability. Okay, here we are supposed to learn on Okta side. Okay, because we are talking about authentication, authorization, SSO, onboardation of the application, making a security, creating how the automation is going to work. Okay, these are all the things we can achieve through Okta. Okay, some of the functionality we can achieve through SailPoint. Okay, but there are some of the restrictions over there. They are not fully functional. Like in Okta, we are not talking about review part. We are not talking about governance side. Much more. Okay. Okay. So that's why we are divided under these kind of solution. Which solution is supposed to be required? Okay, what kind of client requirement? According to the client requirement, we are supposed to tell them this product will gives you or helps you to make your industry workable. Whatever your existing tools, whatever the existing problem risk, you are facing security side, any kind of project side, so you can go ahead with these kind of tools. This is how we are pitching to our clients. Okay, this is how we are preparing our plan. This is how we are preparing the roadmap for our client. Okay, in the identity and access management. So again the question rise in IAM area, scope. What exactly the scope of the IAM? IAM can work on any kind of industry. It will work on IT industry, it will work on healthcare industry, it will work on automobile industry, it will work on banking industry. Okay, any industry near comes in your mind, it will work on that industry. Okay, because why? Because every industry having their identity. Every industry required devices. Every industry required security. Every industry require some of the functionality who can manage network. Okay, to deal in the cloud, to deal in the www in the market. Okay, every company wants to big, but how? Again, the IAM, which product it is going to be work for them. Okay, so that is the scope of the IAM. Why this IAM comes in this picture? Why IAM is so much big? Why IAM is making you helpful for the industry purpose to go ahead and deploy these kind of activity. Now for why IAM is useful for our user perspective area. Like you are learning over here in the one of the things, one of the tool, one of the solution IAM, how it is benefited to you. Okay, firstly, either on the career side or either you are working for an industrial side. Industry side, I already told you that part, like it's a scalable product, it's reliable. Security side, it is much more helpful. Now from the career aspect, for that person who wanted to cross skill himself or upskill himself, why the IAM helpful for them? IAM gives you the n number of opportunity. Either you can go with the development. Development means there are n number of products. Okta, SailPoint, Microsoft, Savient, PAM. Either you can go with the development or implementation projects. Either you can go with the operational projects, or we can go the support projects or BAU activity kind of projects. Okay, either you can go with the practice side. Practice side person means practice team what will the practice team do? They will sit with the stakeholders, make a road plan, and how this going to be deliver this kind of activity for our client. They can work on that area. Okay, so there are n number of opportunities. Whether you can go any kind of tool, any kind of tool. Every tool work with them. Right now, already 6+ year or 7+ year, I am seeing that area. The guys who can learn one product, it's not enough for him. He wanted to learn 2 3 product also, because he wanted himself kind of architect of this IAM. How I can how I can deploy, how I can do end to end kind of configuration, how I can do end to end kind of implementation for my client. Okay, end to end, if I'm talking about end to end means is like from scratch I can start, or I can deploy, or I can work for one of my client. Like if I'm client is having ABC organization. Okay, they give me some think about that pain area, risks for his existing company. Okay, now how can I do the end to end kind of activity? Firstly, I get to know, I can do some discovery. I can collect some data, raw artifacts, okay, from his company. Then I can prepare my plan, do some workshop with them, get to know, make some diagrams, architect diagram, work on those areas. Once I understand which tool is benefited for him, then I am supposed to go ahead and deploy some of these things like SSO part for their applications, for their users. For their security part, I am deploying MFA, okay, multi-factor authentication. Network side, I can put ahead, okay. Then I can implement PAM solution for them, for their privileged users, like their admin accounts, okay. So I can deploy some PAM solution for them. This is how I can do. And the last, if once the project is deployed, then I can give this project to the support guys who can work if any kind of things over here is not working properly, they can manage and fix it. Okay, so this is how this teams or this IAM support IAM industry is going to work. IAM kind of project is going to work in that project, in that the domain side of the IAM side. Okay, so this is how we are supposed to work. Like in couple of years, I work on, firstly I was a part of this area majorly. I started my career from this area, operational support area, in this IAM. Okay, then I do understand what my pain area of my client, how they are doing this activity, where exactly I can learn easily. Then I started from beginning to AD. Firstly, I get to understand what exactly the AD, how it is working. AD is nothing but is a repository for all my identities. Then I study AD. Then after that AD, I can jump over one of the tool, Okta. Okay, because I think Okta is one of the tool, very handy tool. Its UI is very friendly, to easy to understand kind of things. Once I totally understand how this Okta is work, then I totally understand how this Okta functionality is going to be there. Okay, how Okta works, what all the products the Okta is having, what all the features the Okta is having. Then I totally understand the Okta. Then I understand over how SSO is working in Okta, how MFA is going to work in Okta, how I can manage my security network in Okta, how I do automation in Okta. Okay, once I am good enough in the Okta, then I jump on the some of the rest of the tools like SailPoint and other tools. Okay, eventually once I learn all these things, practice in 5 years, then I'll be started working on that the architect kind of activity for deploying all this activity for my client. Okay, right now I'm in this position to pitch my client on any kind of product. Any kind of product means any kind of products in the market which we are having. So I am working with the pack testing right now, where my majorly work it is to be there to give my client a best solution, best consulting, okay, consultation over the product side, or how to prepare the timeline, whether we are deploying this kind of IAM tool for them, IAM solution for them. Okay, this is how this IAM is supposed to work. Okay, there are some of the terminology is quite good. It's a new thing for you, but I give you some heads up on that area. You just be focus on that part. If I'm talking about SSO, it means single sign-on. Hope you know about that part. Like if you are having a Gmail or Google account, you can directly jump over any kind of account, like in Instagram. You see Facebook, see, like Zomato, Swiggy, any kind of Amazon. How you can directly log in over there without entering your password, because there is a tab over there, login with Google account or Gmail. Once you directly click over there, you are entering in this application. How it is going to be done, this is we call it the SSO, single sign-on. One credential, one username work for all of this application. MFA, if I'm talking about MFA, is means multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication means right now you are seeing voice call, OTP. You have received lot of things in your daily life. Voice call, OTP. You will get a message. Okay. What is this? These are the multi-factor. It is giving you a second layer of authentication in your identity. Okay. This is we call it. Okay. I'll give you a heads up tomorrow also on this identity and access management area on the documentation side also. Okay. So till so far you are having any concern, anything, just keep in your mind and ask me tomorrow session. Okay. Okay, so there are some of that these are some of the PPTs which describes you much more on that area. What all the IAM terminologies are be there. Terminologies basically means what your understanding on that side, what all the terms we can use, we can define in our identity and access management area. Okay, so what exactly the identity? According to you, what exactly the identity? Basically, the identity refers to the unique representation of an any kind of individual or any kind of system or any entity in your IT environment. We call it as a identity. Individual means any kind of resources, okay, like human being or any kind of system. System means anything, machine, devices, any kind of thing, or else any kind of entity which belongs to your IT environment. That is, we call it the identity. Basically it is used to verify your manage and accesses. Like it is basically identity is going to be used on what purpose? Either it going to be verified or either there should be some kind of access the identities are having. Correct. Our identities are playing a role in terms of users. Either they are users, either they are group of users, we call it as a groups. Either they are having some roles like admin role, cyber security role, any read only role, okay, super admin role. Okay, so these are also calls as a identity. And we are having the service accounts. Service accounts are basically those accounts are not exactly as the identity. Okay, those accounts which are majorly works on the services side, like admin account, admin privileges account. Okay, like your security admin account. Okay, and any kind of service account who can work a limited kind of accessibility on that area. Okay, so we call it as a service account. So service account also we call it as a identity. Okay, like an example which is to be mentioned over there in this picture, a company employee John Doe logs in the company's HR portal using his employee ID. Okay, we are having an employee, like we are having a user which is having a name, John Doe, correct? And he is logging in the company's portal with his email ID or the employee ID. So the employee ID, which is called to be the again the attribute which is belongs to John Doe. Okay, the employee ID and the John Doe, the name, it is totally combined with the identity part. So identity is any kind of employee which is having certain kind of attributes with it, like name, like his employee ID, his email address. Okay, so that's why we club it into the identity of this particularly person. Okay, as you join any kind of organization, that is also comes to you. Okay, the employee ID. Okay, that is become your identity for your IT environment area. Got it? Second terminology is authentication. Okay, authentication basically defines the process of verifying the identity of the user or system before granting access. Before granting access any kind of activity to verify that person is this to be that person or not. Okay, so we call it as a authentication. Like the same guy John enter his username and password to access his email address. So whether he is trying to entering his username and password, so what exactly he trying to do? He is authenticating himself for his email address. So his email address belongs to him or not. How could we get to know? We get to know either this username and password is correct. Okay, so that's why we call it as a authentication. Okay, anything you are entering in an organization with your employee ID, you access part is to be there. Now an email ID given to you. Okay, now how could you check this email ID for this particularly system is belongs to you or not? So you are going to authenticate. Okay, you are going to authenticate yourself that I am the correct person because this system is belongs to me. I can authenticate myself with my username and password. Okay, so this process we call it is a authentication, the process of verifying the identity of the user or system before granting access. Before granting access, correct? Now the second terminology comes at the third, that is authorization. Authentication we already know, like a person who is entering his username and password and verifying himself for his email address or getting access on his email ID. So that is, inbox. So that's becoming a authentication. Now authorization. So authorization basically defines the process of determining what action or resources a user is allowed. Okay, the process of determining what action or resources a user is allowed. Action means what kind of actions, like either the person having the read-only access, either the person is only have the editable or viewing access, sharing access, whatever the access he is having. Okay, so if a John Doe can view his email but cannot access the company financial data, okay, that is comes under the authorization. So in that authorization is stating that John is authorized to view his email address. He is not able to access the company financial data. So on that term we call it is a authorization. Correct? There are some kind of restrictions, some kind of privileges is given to you or an entity that comes under the authorization sector. Okay, so three terminologies are, I think it is well occupied with you. You are quite understandable on that area. Authentication, authorization, and one other thing is our identity. Now, fourth thing, access control. What exactly means this access control? Here we are talking about that the access, like John can view his email but cannot access the company financial data. Okay, so over here again the action part is comes in this picture, like to action either this person is allowed or not allowed, either his authentication it is to be there or not. Okay, authorization always comes after authentication, always authentication first, then after authorization comes in this picture, keep in mind. Okay, now access control. Access control, what access control means? Access control basically means a security technique that determines and enforce permission to the users or the system. Like a bank manager has access to approve loans, but a teller does not. Got it? So what kind of access we are supposed to grant to any kind of person, that comes under in the picture of access control, a security technique. Basically, it is a term. The access control comes in the picture, a security area, a parameter we are defining under the security. Okay, like in your if you go to the bank, so the manager is only able to approve your loans, correct? But teller does not. Like you are asking him to approve my loan, but you can't do a loan approval by yourself. Okay, there should be some access part, access control part comes in this picture. Okay, so there should be in the organization also some, if you are requesting for leave, if you are requesting for sick leave, if you are requesting for some kind of access part, some learning portal or something it is to be there, there should be some other person who is having some kind of privilege with him, some kind of access control with him. So only he can do or he can provide all this activity for you. Okay, or did the activity for you. Okay, so that is comes under the access control area. Okay, so far I think all is fine. Now there is a term called least privilege. Okay, this terminology you can observe in couple of many identity and access management domains, whether you are learning on that the Okta or either any kind of protocol. Oh, sorry, not protocol, like any kind of domains you are learning or any kind of tools you are supposed to learn. Okay, so on that side you can find or you can see in this least privileges. Okay, what exactly the least privileges means it is. Okay, so the least privileges means a security principle where user receive the minimum access required. A person who can receive the minimum access required to perform their job. Okay, like an example, a junior developer has only read access to production servers, not write access. Okay, a specific privilege, a specific minimum access going to be granted by someone to any kind of user according his job profile. Okay, like if you are an analyst, if you are joining an organization, if you are an analyst, so you are not able to perform certain kind of activity which is to be taken care by your senior analyst or your team leader or your manager. Okay, so there should be some privileges. Okay, like you are asking for any kind of documentation in the SharePoint, any kind of accessibility on that area, but you are restrict with your role part. Okay, only manager can view or manager can align, manager can do certain kind of activity for their subordinates. Okay, so on that area some privileges are going to be granted. Okay, so that's why these least privileges things are comes under three kind of category, like minimum access, like job requirement access, like security principal access. Okay, in the minimal access what is to be there, like user receive only necessary permissions. Necessary means I need a certain kind of access for certain kind of duration. Okay, like I am working, I am an analyst, I'm working on a project, but if in case like the things on an urgent side, I am not joining or I am not taking this project for today. Okay, but this is a very crucial task to deploy or to deliver to our client. So on that parameter, who can take care of my role? Okay, some other analyst, correct? But that is not his job. But according to the manager, we are granting him certain kind of duration, certain kind of privilege for today itself. Okay, so I can grant him a certain kind of access privilege for his work or for his platform for 6 hours, for 2 hours, for 3 hours only. Okay, so in that time frame he can do his task, whatever the pending task it is to be there, and deliver to the client. Okay, so this kind of privilege which is I am granting to some other analyst, so that is comes under minimal access part. This is comes under privilege area, these privilege access area. Okay, which is to be given by someone for certain duration of time. Like over here we are uh, taking this session. Okay, but if in case like who is the subordinate person who is not be the technical guy who opened this session, he is not sure about that part, he is jumping on some other call, he is not going to taken care for all of our training for 1 hour. So he is supposed to give me that permission for at least for 1 hour, so I can run the show, so I can run this session accordingly. Okay, so she is giving me the privilege, she is giving me the organization host part. Okay, so I can do and perform this activity at least for 1 hour or 1.5 hour, whatever the time frame of this session it is to be. Okay, so in that term we call it is a privilege, least privilege area. Okay, similarly in the job requirement, in the job requirement access based on roles responsibility. Roles responsibility means a manager having a certain kind of role. Okay, senior manager having the certain kind of roles and responsibility, similarly director having certain kind of roles and responsibility. Okay, so on that roles and responsibility, we in an organization we are granting certain kind of access. Correct, like there is a SharePoint of proposal, there is a SharePoint for pitching vendor, there is a SharePoint access for client and proposal access. So we can't give those accesses to our analyst level guy. Okay, so on that time there are should be a privileged kind of activity terms comes in this picture, similar to our security principle, like reduces potential damage from the breaches. Okay, so on that side we are supposed to reduce all the potential damages from that the breaches. In our organization there are multiple time these kind of things has to becomes in picture. Okay, if there is a security breach, if there is some person has to becomes in this picture, an unknown guy, the external guy come in that the documentation area. So these kind of activity we can define under least privilege under the security principle area. Okay, so there should be some security principal account who can take care, only those are having those access, not the rest of the colleagues, rest of the team member, who can make sure that we are the only person for the certain area or certain you can say the folders access or any kind of applications, like you can say. Okay, so that is comes under the least privilege area. Okay, so least privilege, if anyone can ask you on that area what exactly that least privilege it is to be there, So you can tell them in a way like a minimum access is going to be granted or required for certain duration of time, that will comes in the least privilege. Okay, I think hope so everything is fine till so far, correct? Now the fifth and sixth terminology is separation of duties. We call it as a SOD. In IAM, we call it as a SOD. SOD means separation of duties. As it name, it is to be like separation of duties. We are bound with certain kind of duties, but we can figure it out which person going to be do what kind of activity. Okay, like SOD means a control mechanism to prevent conflict of interest by dividing tasks among different individuals. Okay, like in finance systems, like in your cloud admin, like your code deployment and the security operation. Okay, how it is going to be work? There should be one employee create invoice while other approve them and preventing fraud. Okay, SOD over here in a simple term, it is to be there. There are not supposed to be the two guy are working on the similar kind of task. Okay, if you see inside the bank, okay, if one person is going to be approving your or creating your invoices, okay, and the same guy is not be supposed to be there who are clearing your invoices. Okay, there should be some other person who is going to clear your invoices. Okay, one person is supposed to be creating, another person is going to be clearing your invoices. Okay, if the same guy is doing the similar kind of activity, so it means that he is doing two activity taken care by one person, so there should be some conflict of interest came in the picture. Okay, for doing this kind of activity, to reducing these kind of activity, that's why I am telling that make a separation of duties. Okay, SOD policies, or you can say the rules we are supposed to create. Okay, to make sure each and every person having certain kind of roles within it, certain kind of accessibility in it, and he can do this kind of activity. Like in your case, like you are working for an organization. Okay, so you are requesting for leave, correct? And leave should be approved by your manager. But in if in that case you are requesting your leave and you are approving your leave by yourself, so it's becoming a conflict of interest. There should be some violation has been occurred. There should be some risk inside that you're inside your organization. Okay, that's why we keep separate each and every segment according to his accessibility, according to his control mechanism area. That's why we are taking care of SOD over here to make sure any kind of violation is not going to be occur, any kind of IAM activities. IAM activities means any kind of like either in not in the onboardation area, in the hiring side, not always in that the project assignment area, not always in that the rules creation side, policy creation side, group management side, life cycle management side. So we can separate those duties according to the to mitigate all of the risk and challenges. Okay, so this is the one of the biggest things comes in this the IAM side. Okay, so all of the things which I'm demonstrating you over here in the PPT in the terminology side, that is all comes under the IAM radar, or you can say the IAM parameter. All of the things you can see under any of that the product of the IAM, which I'm going to demonstrate you in an Okta side. Okay, now role-based access control. Role-based access control is already been over here. Like we know access control, we know roles. Now there is a complete picture. We call it as a RBAC. We call it as a RBAC. RBAC is a term which is going to be used. One of the terminology is going to be used in our IAM area. Okay, as it name it is to be very much defined. It is to be their role base according to the role which access we are going to control. Okay, like we are having the user role, we are having the access assignment, we are having the simplified management area. Okay, so on that side, what exactly the role based access control work? Like a security model where access is assigned based on predefined job roles. Access is assigned. Access is assigned. Okay, I am precising this term to you. Access is assigned based on predefined job roles. predefined job roles. Okay, like an example, a finance team member gets access to accounting software automatically. Okay, are you getting my point? What I'm saying? A finance team member gets access to accounting software automatically. Like your role is already been defined. Okay, you belong to finance team. Okay, you are the member of finance teams. So if you are belongs to finance team, so there should be some predefined access is given to you automatically. Like you are not supposed to work on HR based application, you are not supposed to work on marketing application, you are not supposed to work on any kind of software product, because you are tie up with the finance team. So there should be some forte, there should be some skill set which is comes to you. So it means your finance part, so automatically whatever the software it is assigning for finance team members, it is automatically assigns to you once you join this finance team. That's why we call it as a role based access control. Like in an organization, if I am joining as a software developer, okay, so those application which is automatically granting for me, okay, which is grants to me or which I am having the access all those application, these are all the software based application, correct? Because I have the skill set of software, I'm a software developer, software engineer. Okay, so what the access I need to require automatically, like I need the VDI, correct? I need some console. I need the shell scripting area. I need certain kind of application where I can run and check. Okay. So I need the database access. Okay. So these all the softwares belongs to whom? A software guy, a IT guy. Correct. It is not belongs to you, the HR person. It is not belongs to the finance team. Okay. So this is how this role-based access controls comes in this picture in your IAM side. Okay, so whether any kind of person we are hiring from outside to our organization with some skill set, so according to his skill set we are making or creating his complete infrastructure in that the organization. Inside the organization we are defining or setting or putting him a certain kind of projects according to his credibility or skill set, then automatically all those access granted to him. Okay, so this is the picture, we call it is a role based access control. Okay, similarly some permission link for the roles, it is automatically defined to him. Okay, it is easier to manage access for large organization. Within an organization we can't see, okay, I have 100 users. Okay, we can take an example, like 10 users we can manage, most probably we can manage 100 of the users in an organization. Okay, but how could you manage thousands of users in an organization? Multiple kind of users are in a same day they are onboarding, means they are hiring, and the same day multiple kind of users offboarding or either leaving the organization. So how could you manage? Okay, so there should be some solution, there should be some product who can tie up, there should become infrastructure, there should be some at least there should be some ecosystem, okay, which IAM gives to you. Okay, in every organization IAM is the bigger infrastructure pillar. Okay, on that parameter rest of the activities are playing a role. Okay, so this is called, we call it a role based access control. Now there is one more term, we call it the attribute based access control. There should be some role. What's your role over here? You are a finance team member, correct? This is your role. You are accounting person. So that's why according to your role, this software access grant to you. Correct. Similarly over here, attribute based access control basically means access control based on attributes such as department, location, device type. Okay. So like an example, like HR department can edit salary details, but other can't. Okay. Attribute based access control means in the starting time I told you we are talking about the identity, correct? According to the identity having some attributes, some character sketch, correct? Like his name, date of birth, location, department, designation, skill set, manager ID, whatever the things. Okay, where he based out, correct? So according to his attribute, we are giving him some access, or he is having some access. Okay. If I am taking a person who belongs to HR, okay, HR is the department. The person's department is HR. So according to his department, he can only edit the salary details, not other guys who is not belong to the particularly department. Okay. It's like over here, like there are some designations also. If you go to any kind of hospital, okay, you have seen some doctors, okay, as specific doctors we belongs to, like a neurologist. There should be some physiotherapist, orthopedics doctor, okay, MBBS doctors, physicians are be there, okay. Under them they are having some subordinates like compounder, we can say, or helper, or you can say the assistants of the doctor, it is to be there. So according to their role, they can do certain kind of activities, okay. Like his assistant or doctor assistants can't do or prescribe the complete medication for the patients, correct? They are not supposed to prescribe what kind of prescription I need to write it down for my patient. That authority goes to only to the doctor, because doctor having some designation, that person having a designation called doctor. Only he is the right person who can prescribe the medication to the patients, not their compounders or their assistants, correct? So how we can define that thing? We are defining that person on the basis of his attribute, okay. His designation is MBBS doctor or MD, correct? So over here, similarly in our organization, according to our department, if I am saying that, like, I need some guy from department, okay, department means HR department, IT department, admin department. I need certain kind of I need an employee who belongs only to that the IT department, okay. I want certain kind of activity I can perform with him, okay. I am giving a task to him, okay, like he can do that kind of activity only, okay. So that through which I can distribute, I can differentiate all of my resources under one area, okay. So it's easy for me also in an organization to differentiate among all of the users. So eventually I can grant access, I can revoke access on the basis of their department, location, their device type, or any kind of things, okay. Like in a case, in an organization we are having thousands of employees, okay. Some guys are having Android devices, some guys are having iPhone devices, okay. So I can easily figure it out, okay, how many guys are having Android devices, how many resources are having Android devices. If I put one condition over there, I need only those resources they are having device equals to iOS. So I can found the number easily, correct? Without checking individually to them. So this is how the beauty of that the ABAC is going to work in our IAM side. Okay. These all are comes under the security parameter basically. Okay. Like role based, because they are in and out, they are defining or they are making a security, okay. They are making a security boundaries, okay, in an organization, that no other person can work their task, there no other person can breach their activity, okay. So it's easy for us to make a decision on that parameter, okay. Now there is third term, policy based access control, okay. First term is our RBAC, second term is ABAC, or third is PBAC. PBAC basically means policy based access control. On the basis of policy, we are granting some access. Like access permissions are granted based on predefined policies. Okay, predefined policies are already been predefined. Okay, we are giving some permission or access on the basis of predefined. Like a contractor can access file only from 9 to 5 p.m. So there should be some policy already been there. Okay, written over there. You can access file between 9 to 5 p.m. So who can access file between 9 to 5 p.m.? Only contractor. Okay. So that is some kind of policy is already been there and it is assigning to contractor guy. Okay. Similarly, for ourselves, for a full-time employee, we are having a predefined policy. Predefined policy means they can access the file 24 by 7. Okay, either 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Okay, so we are defining the full-time guys having this kind of accessibility on that the policy side. Okay, like in your organization, one person is hired like a full-time employer. Second person is hired as a third party or contractor. So the two of the guy who is contractor and third party hired person, they are having less privileges according to your as comparing to our full-time employee, because full-time employee having different kind of policies comes with him. Okay, and the rest of the guys are having certain restriction policies comes with them. They are not able to access the complete, they are not there or they are not allowed to go ahead with the complete company policies. Okay, they are having less you can see the less holidays they are having, and they are having you can say less privilege to take some leaves. Okay, they are having less privilege or some policies are not built for them for their payroll cycle. Okay, so these kind of things it is to be there. So that's why the policy based access control came in this picture. Okay, so whatever the scenario which I'm telling to you, that is totally defining on that the organization perspective. Okay, so this is how every organization is in and out set it inside in the IAM infrastructure area. Okay, however, one more thing, it is to be a centralized management. If policy can be updated centrally, it will affect to the all the systems. Okay, if I'm planning for one of the policies applicable, okay, then it will affect all the system. Like if I am talking about in a larger side in India, okay, so there should be some new policies as comes in this picture. Okay, so any policy which is come to be in this picture, which is to be granted or approved by our two of that the houses, Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha. Okay, then all of the policies is going to be came across in the Indian citizen. They are applied on the Indian citizens eventually, because that is to be centralized area. They are approved from the centralized area. Then it is going to be applicable. So if you see, a country policy is different and the state policies are different. Okay, even some district policies are even different. Under the district, some block policies are already even different. Okay, because they are not applicable or they are applicable on the certain kind of areas or the location or anything. Okay, through that way the accessibility of these policies are limited. If you see, like in a state in India, you can say the Delhi policies are different from your Maharashtra policies. Okay, and they are applicable only for the Delhi users, or you can say the Delhi candidates only. Okay, similarly in the organization, if I am talking about some of the policy which are be totally bound with HR guys, okay, they are not applicable on that the accounting guys. Okay, so this is how we can differentiate or make a certain kind of things, and both of the policies they can follow if it is to policy is the company policy. If the company policy it is to be there, any kind of sexual harassment, any kind of toleration it is to be there, there should be a compliance policy which is to be taken care by the organization for their all the employees. Okay, there should be some zero trust policy it is to be there. Okay, zero tolerance policy, sorry. Okay, so on that time what will be, it is going to be applicable to all of the departments in that organization. This is how this things it is going to be there in our IAM side. Okay, now one more thing is a DAC. DAC is defining as a discriminatory access control, like a model where the data owner decide who can access their resources. If I am having some access, if I am having some resources, now it's my turn to whom I am going to provide these things. Okay, who is the right person who can work on that area? So that we call it as a DAC. For example, a project manager share a document and decide who can edit it. Okay, he is not able to do give that permission to all of his resources who can edit it. If all of the person is going to edit that part, so lot of the things comes in this picture, some ambiguities comes in this picture. Okay, So that is how we call it a DAC over here. It will gives us a flexibility. It will allow user to control access to their own resources. Okay, so that we call it is a DAC. Okay, we can see in the organization also or in the project side also, and we can implement these kind of activity in with our policy side, rule side. We can create this kind of activity. Okay, then we having a MAC. DAC is for a data owner decide who can access their resources, Okay, now in MAC, mandatory access control it is to become a strict access control model where access permissions are predefined by the administrator or security policy. Got my point? A strict access control model where access permissions and predefined by the administrator only. Like an example, a classified government document is only accessible to employee with top secret clearance. Okay, so it's a mandatory access control. Okay, there should be some administrator in our organization. Okay, so they are having a certain kind of accessibility, so they can do a certain kind of task. Only the administrator, not the rest of the users in an organization. Like in an Okta, in any kind of tool we are going to learn, if we are having the super admin privileges. Okay, so we can define or we can work n number of activities. Okay, the rest of the users, rest of the guys who are having the read only access, they are not supposed to do certain kind of activity on that side. Because why? Because we are the super administration. So any kind of implementation part, any kind of clearance part, any kind of configuration part, any kind of development part, that is heads to us, that is belongs to us only. Anything it is came across on the risk side, challenge side, issue side, breach side, so that responsibility comes to us only because we are the super administrator. Okay, so any kind of leakage, any kind of breaches is going to be happen by done by any kind of user. So client will ask to only that person who is the super administrator. Okay, how it is going to be happen? Are you given some your secrets, your credential to someone else, or either at the limited set of duration of time are you provided some of the super administration privilege to your subordinate or the your team members? So if you provided that thing, so why he did this kind of activity? Because the complete IAM solution is right now hang up, or you can say the destroy, or it is behaving like a very crucial activities going on in this IAM infrastructure. So you are the responsible on that time. Okay, the super administration. So that's why the mandatory access control comes in this picture. Okay, so this is how that again it comes under the security boundary area. We are not supposed to give super administrator privilege to all of our subordinate, to all of the team members who are working on the project. Only one or two guys are working on that area. Okay, who are those responsible on that side. Okay, so that's why the MAC has to be there. Now there is one more term, we call it a just in time. Just in time access means what? There is a temporarily privileged access granted only when it is going to be needed. As I told you earlier, like one of the person who is on leave, so who can do his task? Because this project is going to be deployed by today. Today is a go live day. Okay, so who can do this kind of activity? So on that time, the privilege access is going to be granted to one of the person who is supposed to be do this kind of activity. So we call it is a term called just in time. Just in time means in that time who is the right person who can perform this kind of activity. Okay, like a security engineer get elevate admin privileges for 30 minutes only to troubleshoot a server issue. A guy who is doing this activity on the server side, he is not be there, but there is a person who knows that activity, who can work on that side of activity. So I can give him a 30 days. Okay, not the 30 days, I can give him 30 minutes to do this kind of activity. So I I elevate his privilege. I elevate his privilege from a read-only access to the super administrator for only 30 minutes to work on this kind of activity. After 30 minutes, his account is totally revoked. His permission is completely revoked after the 30 minutes of kind of activity. Either he is supposed to do that activity or either not. Okay. So after 30 minutes, he is not able to access furthermore to do this activity. So that's why we call it a just-in-time access. Okay. Why it is very much necessary? Because it is enhance the security. Okay. It reduce the risk of prolonged exposure of your privilege accounts. Like in over here in the banking side also, whether you are open any kind of banking account or any kind of transaction you are doing enough, so bank also gives you only 10 minutes. Okay. Within the 10 minutes, within the 10 minutes, and he also gives you a security password for that time. Okay. Whether you entered your profile password, provide again, you are providing the security OTP message, OTP code over there, then you are able to access or open that particularly application within the 10 duration of time. Or either you are in the ATM, you are taking out your money, there should be a window is clicking over there for 2 minutes, for 3 minutes only. Okay, after 3 minutes, whatever the transaction it is to be there, it is going to be stuck or over on that time. Okay, so that is the thing which is also the banking side and other organization also giving to you. Okay, within that duration you can work on that application on this page till the time it is open for you. After that is completely lost. Okay, so that's why we call it is a just in time. Just in time you can see in your daily basis life also rest of the activity. Like if some of the guy is not having certain kind of activity, so on that time you are aligning some person to work for a certain duration time. Correct. So this is the one of the terminology which is going to be used much more in the IAM side. Okay, I hope so far it is working fine to all of you. Correct. What exactly the multi-factor authentication? Why we call it as a multi-factor? We know the authentication, correct? Okay, what exactly the authentication means? Whether a person who is verifying himself by his credential to access his mail, so he's authenticating himself to accessing certain kind of email accounts for his inboxes, correct? That is the authentication to verifying the anything. Okay, what is multi-factor now? Multi-factor means double layer, means second layer of authenticating the person or verifying the person, verifying himself or any kind of activity is performing. Okay, so something you know, which means you know your password, you know your PIN in mobile, correct? Something you have, like you are having your phone or either you are having a security token, correct? Something you are, either you are defining or verifying yourself by your biometric expression, either with any kind of OTP message, either with the voice call message, either with any kind of device you plug in. Okay, so this is the second layer of boundary which is to be came across on the security side in the IAM. That's why we call it as a multi-factor. Okay, like a security mechanism requires multiple verification methods like 2, 3, 4. So as organization set up for you, so how many it is going to set up for you, that is comes in the multi-factor side. Like an example, John logs his password and approves a login request on his phone, correct? As you are very much aware of that part, like in a daily side you are purchasing from your mobile phone your grocery items, your Amazon side, your Zomato, Swiggy, any kind of activity you are doing in the e-commerce website. So whether you are placing some order, okay, in your cart. Okay, at the time of placing, at the time of the banking side, okay, in the banking side, whether you are putting your credit card credentials or any kind of GP account, anything, it will pop up in your phone. OTP message comes to your phone. What exactly it is? You are already authenticated by this application. You are already authenticated by Amazon, any kind of application. Why this message comes to you? Because they are verifying you, they are cross checking you, they are double checking you, They are secondary checking with you. You are that right person or not. Okay. If you are the right person, so this device, this OTP comes to your device number or the mobile number which you registered at the time of creating this account. Okay. That's why they are verifying this. Okay. That's why you get an OTP on your mobile registered phone which you registered at the time of beginning. Okay, so that message you need to pass it on, then they can understand that part you are the right person who is accessing that application. If you have seen multiple times in your banking side in the transaction area. Okay, now it is comes in the multiple ways, multiple applications are using this thing. Okay, so how it is, why it is beneficial? It is very much beneficial on the security side. Okay, the hackers are not able to do this kind of activity because they don't know what exactly your registered mobile number it is to be there, because the mobile belongs to that person only. Okay, even they know your password, they can't crack your account. Okay, they can't go inside your account. Okay, that's why this MFA it is to be there. Correct. We are having multiple accessibility, we are having multiple kind of things, we can do this or perform this kind of activity. Okay, even in the system, in the laptop systems, there should be your, whether you are entering your credential and after that thing they want some biometric validations, you are the right person or not, like facial expression. Okay, retina based application accent in your mobiles also. So this is how in that organization also these kind of activities is to be there. Why it is to be, how we can see the multi-factor authentication working. Like if you are entering in an organization, the guard checks your ID card. That is, he knows this card belongs to that as an organization. But eventually he get to know from the ID card there is a picture for yourself. Okay, so he can validate you are the right person who is showing me this card or not. Okay, this is the first validations, first verification. Okay, this is taken care by the organization. Now second is that whether you are entering your ODC, okay, any room, your lab access. Okay, so you are accessing your access card over there, you are putting the access card on the door. Okay, again you are that going to be checked by the organization, you are the right person for this ODC or not, for this room or not, for this lab or not. Okay, because this access card belongs to that the right person. Okay, then you are entering in that ODC, you are opening any kind of system, then system asks you that the to enter your credentials. Correct, you belong to that project or not. Okay, so these are the cross checks, these are the security area which is to be measured or deployed by the organization for the employees. Similarly for the employees, if you wanted to access certain kind of application, so application put multi-factor authentication over there. Okay, after they know this, they know that this application belongs to you. After knowing this part also, they are telling to you verify yourself second time also. That's why this multi-factor authentication is very much useful and helpful and implemented in the IAM side. Okay, now there is a term called SSO. SSO I already told you yesterday also. Single sign-on. Single sign-on basically means a mechanism where we are allowing user to authenticate one and access multiple application without re-entering your credentials. Without re-entering your credentials. Okay, like you are working on one of the project and the project requires 4 or 5 applications. Okay, that going to be very much helpful for you to work on those projects. So what exactly you need to do? You are going to one application, create your account, register yourself. Then in the second application, you open that application, create your account, register yourself. In the third application, you are doing the same activity till the fifth application. Correct? After doing this activity, you are entering your email address and the password. Might be you are entering the same password or might be not, you are entering some different password in the 5 of the application. Now what will happen? One day you forget your password for one of the application. What will happen? All the work you had done in that application is completely lost. Correct? On that time, what you will think? You think on that time there should be some mechanism where my one password should be workable, one credential is going to be workable for my entire application, whatever the application I'm going to perform or do for my project work. Correct? So on that time, this SSO comes in this picture. So SSO comes in this picture. It means that your email address, your employee email ID, okay, your work profile email ID, like revati@xyz.com, okay, or not only the XYZ, I can give you some name like revati@wipro.com, okay, Revati belongs to the Wipro, okay. So this employee ID or his ID is belongs to his task only. Okay, so she is able to access any kind of application which belongs to Wipro. She is quite be accessible to all those applications without entering or register himself all those or herself inside those applications. Okay, so whether she is touching like LMS portal, whether she is touching like attendance portal, whether she is going to touch policy folder, policy document, share folder, okay, any kind of like income tax side, HR side, any kind of thing, holiday side, any kind of application she is touching with his email address only, because she belongs to that domain. So domain gives her a privilege to accessible all of those area without entering his password or creating her account on that brand. Okay. Similarly, in our project side, we are working on multiple applications. Okay. So we are not supposed to go ahead and register himself or ourselves all those applications. We are supposed to stick and bound with one credential and the one password. Our one password will work with all of those applications. Okay. So John sign in one application and get access to all his email application, HR based application or cloud storage area. Okay. Why it is going to be used? It will reduce your password fatigue and improve your experience. Okay. So you, whether you are touching any kind of application, you are in that application without like login in the particularly or register yourself in that page. Okay, that's why the SSO comes in this picture. Okay, that's a very much important thing. You can see in this thing in Okta in any kind of application so far. Okay, like in live example, what I'm giving to you, you registered in the Google account right now. Okay, you are all are having your Google account, your Gmail account you are having. If you are having the Gmail account, you can directly touch with the YouTube, you can directly touch with the Google Calendar, you are directly in touch with the Google Calendar, Photos, Drive, whatever the things which is belongs to the Google. Correct? Either at the time, if you are opening any kind of page in the web page right now, you can open any kind of page. Okay. It will ask you over there in that page, in the login page, there are two buttons are be there. Login with your Gmail account or either register yourself. Okay. If you are having your email address and password, what easy for you, you can directly touch down, log in with Gmail. So what will happen on that time? This page redirect to your Gmail account. This page, any page redirect to the Gmail account, and it will check this person who is accessing my page is having a correct information in the Gmail account or not. He will verify your identity over there. Once you are already been verified by them, it will lend it to you inside that page. So this is how this SSO is going to work. Okay. Now there should become first identity federation or federated identity. We talk about identity so many times. Okay. Now what is federated identity? Federated identity means a system that allows a user credentials from one organization to be used to access resources in another organization. Okay, like there are two organizations are there. Okay, so the person who wanted to access certain resources from the other organizations, so how could it going to be done? This is the way we call it is a federated identity. Identity is going to be moving ahead from one identical area, one domain to the other domain also, and he is having the accessibility on that side, like a contractor login into a company portal using their Google account. Okay, Contractor is having certain kind of boundaries. Contractor is working on multiple organizations. Okay, so he can enter. We are giving some privilege to him. He is entering with his Google account for an organization also. So that's why we call it a federated identity. He is not belong to the Wipro.com. We are not giving him the @contractor@wipro.com. We are giving him. So we are giving him the permission in a way like he can log in my organization with his Google account also. Okay, so it will help us to cross organization access. Obviously, if our identity is jumping from one area, one organization to other organization, so it means that we are able to cross skilling that area, cross organization access we are having. We are enabling seamless collaboration between different identities. So I am a contractor. If I am saying an example, I am a contractor. I have a proposal for uh, organizations. Okay, so I can jump to Wipro, I can jump on SAL, I can jump on PwC, I can jump on Deloitte organization. Okay, to give the proposal to them. So my identity is what my identity is playing a role over there. My identity is a federated identity right now. Okay, so I am jumping from one organization to other organization. So this means is the federated identity, not the organizational identity. Now there is a term called IDP. There are two things which is very much important in the identity and access management area. IDP. So what exactly the IDP means? IDP means the identity provider, who is providing the identities, who is managing the identities, who is securing the identities. We call it is a identity provider. A service that verifies user identity and provide authentication token. We call it is a identity provider. Like your Azure AD verification verifies. So Azure AD verifies user credential before granting access to the company app. Okay, like if I am creating, if one of the user which is onboarding in my organizations, okay, some of the users are onboarding my organization, so somewhere I need to put there my all of the user in some place. Okay, so in that place we call it is a identity provider. I am storing their identity in one of the active directories. Okay, either on the cloud side, either on the on-prem side. Okay, so over here, whether any kind of user is came across to my organization, I put his identity on the active directory area to store his identity on the active directory area. Okay, in the future side, if that identity, if that user is accessing any kind of application, okay, so his verification is counterpart with the AD. His verification has been cross-checked by my IDP. So that person who is entering his detail, like aviti@wipro.com, she is entering her details over there in one of the application. So in the backend, what is going to be happen? Her credential, username, and password can be cross-checked by the IDP. Okay, once it is to be verified from the IDP, she is able to access those application. So this is the way our identities are secured and kept in a manner in our identity provider. We are call it is as a repository. This is we call it is a repository. As I told you yesterday, AD is one of our repository in the backend side, who is supposed to be managing and authenticating our credentials, whether our credential is we are putting for authentication for any kind of application in the front end side. Okay, so we call it as a IDP. Now the second part, it is to be the SP. SP means service provider. Service provider, what is mean by the service provider? Who is providing the services? Correct. A system or the application that consume authentication services from an identity provider. Authentication services means like the credentials, the username, password, which is given by the identity provider. Okay, who is going to consume it? Service provider. Okay, an employee login in the Salesforce application using their company credentials. So Revati@wipro.com. She is trying to access Salesforce application. Okay, so Salesforce application authenticate herself by checking her credential is a valid credential which is coming from the valid IDP area. Okay, valid identity provider side, correct? Then this application is able to confirm after checking her authenticity. Okay, on that side the service provider plays a role over here. So in our terms, if our IDP is our AD, who is our service provider? The applications on which I am going to work, like Workday application, Salesforce application, SaaS based application, O365 applications, okay, Office 365 application, Zoom application. So these are all what they are. They are service providers. Okay. How could I log in on that area? After they are consuming or they are validating my identity and checking by my identity provider. So that this comes in this picture like service provider. It will helpful in the delegation of authentication. Very much helpful in the terms of delegation of authentication because they are rely on trust with the IDP for user verification. Okay, if the user is verified from the IDP, then they are able to access me in their portfolio. They are able to access me in their platforms in that application. Okay, so that is we call it is a service provider, a system or application that consume authentication service from an identity provider. Okay, so there are a couple of other things it is to be there in the terminology side. I think we are above the time right now. So rest of the activities, rest of the things I'll demonstrate you tomorrow session. Okay, if it is good enough for you today's. So this PPT I can circulate to you also. So you can also work on that side. You can have a look on that side, whatever it is to be there. Then tomorrow, then after tomorrow, we can jump over our main agenda, Okta. Okay. Okay. So I'll tell you the neat of it over here. So what we did, I'll just tell you in the workflows also. In not only that the workflow console, there is something which is supposed to be the automation part in the workflows. So what exactly in the automation? Whatever the things we are doing in our lifecycle management in the workflow, so we have to manage through this, only this in the dashboard side of that Okta. So whether anything we just wanted to create some automation in lifecycle management side of an employee of anything, so we can do some activity in the automation side. Like we need to create some automation according to our feasibility and according to the limited, according to the particularly time frame this automation is supposed to be happen. Okay, according this automation is supposed to be happen, the activity is automatically triggered. Okay, so how we are supposed to do that activity, the automation on the life cycle management of any user and on his profile, so we can create some kind of automation. So we can click on the add automation. We can name it whatever the automation we required. Okay, like a test automation. We can save it, rename it, and we can save it. Okay, so this is our automation name, test automation. Now we are creating a new automation. So new automation means according to any condition, at what condition is supposed to be there, on that basis automation, particularly an automated things are going to be happen in lifecycle management of a user profile. So we can create such kind of activity in the Okta itself. So we name it our automation. This is our test automation. Now there is a something we call it when the following condition are all true. So there are some of the true conditions. Some of the conditions are like select the schedule when it is supposed to be happen, what type of a group, what type of the membership it is supposed to be there. So we can apply this automation on that the particularly group membership. Like now we are going to create some condition and on which condition this automation is going to perform. So we can add a condition, click over the add condition. We can select what type of condition. We can select this either the user inactivity in the Okta or like user password expiration in Okta. So user password expiration is Okta or user inactivity in Okta. So in that area, we can use select any of that two types of condition. It means that if these conditions are supposed to be met, then on the basis of that thing, the automation is triggered. Okay, like if a user password expiration is Okta, we want that if, if any person password has to be expired in the Okta, so this type of condition, if it is going to be triggered, so what type of automation is supposed to be happen? Okay, let's suppose we can choose this user
So
password
this
expiration is
automation
Okta.
is going to work within these two conditions only.
Yes, yes. This is
Start
basically,
with
yeah, this is basically whether only two condition is just supposed to be over here on the creation of that area. Okay, not much more because this is a trial version, so that's why it is only the two condition. If we having a partner with the Okta, so there are lots of conditions are be there. Totally like any new user is onboarding, his activation process is just supposed to be there. Any mail
but
notification has to be
then the
generated.
same thing can be done via workflows as well, right?
Yes, this kind of activity we can supposed to do that thing in the workflow side. In the workflow, the same thing, the password expiration, the user inactivity in Okta, we can do that activity also in the workflow side. Because previously what happened, like in the trial or something, not only that the workflow console gives, actually the workflow console, it is used for majorly basis the purpose of that workflow console to make it out some major automation part supposed to be happen like streaming, listing out, and generally that the application assignment, user onboardation side of activity. So that is something which we are complicated type of activity we can make it with the help of workflows. Okay, like we required some schedulers according to a particularly time frame, or we required such kind of activity where API activity is supposed to be happen. So like complexity or complex one of the workflows we can make it out with that the workflow console. And the other activity which is supposed to be very limited in the purpose of lifecycle management. So we can do this activity with this automation tab in the Okta. Okay. So like if the user password expiration is Okta, if the condition it is supposed to be there. So when password is expired in, if the user password is expiring within like 7 days, okay, or like 3 days. So what is supposed to be happen? Okay, we created that thing password expiration is Okta within 3 days. If a user password expire in a 3 days, so what type of action is supposed to be happen, and which type of groups we are supposed to select? Okay, like what group membership we are supposed to be there, like everyone group if we are having, we can apply a group. Okay, and at what time we are required. So over here we can edit that thing. It is run daily basis or it is run once. So password expiration within 3 days. So we can run it on a daily basis on this time frame, 9:45 or like 9 a.m. 9 a.m. in the morning. So every 9 a.m. in the morning, this condition is supposed to be triggered. Accordingly, it will check whatever the user's password is going to be expired in next 3 days. So what type of action we wanted to over here? We want an action on the basis of things like change user lifecycle stage. Stage means if the password is going to be expired within 3 days, so his life cycle of the user is supposed to be changed. So what the change has to be supposed to be there? Its ID is supposed to be suspended for that while. Okay, we'll make it save. Now we created automation, test automation. We applied the condition. We applied the action if the condition is supposed to be met. Okay. Now after doing that activity, this action will not be performed until the automation is active. So what we have to do, we can make it this automation activate. if we are not supposed to make it active, this automation or this kind of workflow of the automation of lifecycle management is not going to be happen, or it is not going to be working manner. So if we are supposed to make it in a working manner, then we have to supposed to make it active. So once we do this active, now this automation is completely in the in our Okta profile. It is completely in this Okta tenant. Whenever this kind of activity is supposed to be triggered, if the user's password expiration within 3 days, if he is not supposed to do that activity to change his password or reset his password, so his ID is supposed to be suspended. Okay. Then again, the as an Okta administrator will do, he will recheck all the activity in the logs, what is going to be the user profile. If he found that thing, the automation is applied on his profile, then he check with the user why you are not supposed to reset your password if you already receive a notification from the Okta or such kind of activity. So if he request him or doing that type of things, then he is supposed to, as an Okta administrator, he make his profile from suspended to activated state or enable state, or either he just supposed to reset his password or unblock his ID. So that type of activity we are supposed to do in this automation wizard. Okay, not only, actually this is a trial version, so only that three types of things we can see over here, not too much. Now the second is user inactivity in Okta. If user inactivity in Okta, like three days. If I am saying I am having a user profile, okay. If I am having a user profile and I am not doing any type of activity in the Okta, last couple of 3 days, okay. So 3 days is quite a short duration of time because usually users are on leave or holiday. So 3 days is quite long. If they are not active in last 15 days, so that is a 2 weeks time. Okay, if they are not active in last 15 days, okay, we can schedule it. It will perform daily. That is also fine. Because why daily? Because that activity or that automation works every in the morning. Okay. Okay, we can, and we can apply it just to the all group. Right now I have only one group, which is everyone group. Okay, now what type of action is supposed to happen? We can change the lifecycle management of this particularly user. His account is supposed to be deactivated. Okay, so what this automation will do, this test to automation, it will work like if the user inactivity in Okta lasts 15 days. If the user is not doing any activity, like he is not going to log in his, log in his account in Okta, or he is not supposed to do any kind of activity in Okta in 15 days. If he is not going to do this activity, so his account is supposed to be becoming a deactivated state. Okay, now let's make it. Now this is also like in the working manner. This automation. Okay, so this is also in the activity state. So both the automation, one is for like inactivity or one is for the password expiration. So these two automation right now we are having, it will trigger like I am having like 7 to 6 users right now in my profile. So right now I'm not going to check each and every user in in coming 3 weeks, 3 days, or like in 15 days, something. So might be it will affect on the list of the user which I'm having. Right. Only I'm using the administrator one. So this is not supposed to be going to in a suspended or deactivation area. And rest of the users which I am having, these users, they are might be supposed to be in the suspended state or either in the deactivated state in the coming days. Okay, so this thing in the wizard of that the Okta in the automation in the workflow side, this is the only thing. And okay, in the automation part, inline hook and event hook. Like, hope you understand that the inline hook and event hook. I had shared you one document. Have you cross-checked that part? So if it is fine, I'll let you know. Either I'll just open on my end. Now, what is exactly the hooks? Hooks are basically the anchors. Okay, it anchors means it will trigger whenever we wanted, and uh, according to the administrator or according to the developer as a Okta, we want an anchor, we want a hook, we want a hook on a particularly area. When this is supposed to be there, the next activity or next thing has to be triggered. Like, uh, if anyone entered in the room, okay, if an example, if anybody entered in the room, he his mobile is supposed to be switched off. Okay, so we can make an anchor on that area. We can make an hook on that area, particularly hook on that area. Like, on which area? Like, mobile is supposed to be switched off or either in a silent mode. If if anybody entered in a HR. Okay. So in that scenario, what is supposed to be there? There is a hook. Okay. The hook means a particularly triggering area. Triggering area only that we are not supposed to be any issue with the person who is entering in the HR room. We are not having an issue if anybody is already in the HR room. We are not supposed to be an issue if user is carrying a document or file or something with her or his in the HR room. Okay. Only we have an issue if the user is going to be entered in the HR room, his mobile is supposed to be either in a switch off mode or either in a silent. Okay, so we are supposed to make a hook on a mobile. So we are taking a keyword mobile. Mobile is the main target. Mobile is a triggering point. So that type of things we are supposed to be see in Okta whenever and particularly thing we wanted to make a trigger. So we creating that type of hook. So hook are supposed to be like either the inline hook or either the event hooks. Inline hooks are those hooks if we are in the development side, so we are writing a codes. Okay. So in the particularly writing code, we are select a particularly line and where we wanted to make a hook and there we wanted to make a trigger. Okay. So when this line, when this thing, when this scenario comes over there, particularly that hook is supposed to be triggered. Okay. Similarly, case in the event hook. Event hook means whenever this event is supposed to be happen, the hook or the triggering of the automation is supposed to be happen. Okay. Like if I have example on that area, basically the event hook are generally used by that developer area, majorly on the API part. Like in the registration, SAML token. Okay. So the adding the inline hook on which area, either on the SAML part, either the token part, password import part, allowing importing of password from user login or telephony, allowing provider selection from SMS or the voice. Okay. Or either allow modified the account of the user trying to register. Okay, that is the registration part. What type of the thing? As I told you, this is majorly on that area of the developer side. So the we will have to supposed to make a name of our inline hook and the URL of our any application or something. It will work on the FTTP platform. So on that area we required authentication field and the secret of that area. Okay. I tell you with a different example, not from here. Okay. Similarly, in the case of the event hook, what exactly in that thing? Again, the same thing. We require the name, URL, authentication field, and authenticating secret. So basically these hooks are supposed to be work on the API endpoint where we have any application. We wanted to make it triggered on that the particularly application. On that area, these kind of hooks are supposed to be happening. I'll show you not on the Okta side, some of the coding side. I have one thing. I'll show you on that area after some time. Now the key management part. Key management part is supposed to be whether we are supposed to create a new type of key. Like as I told you, we have the two types of key. Access token or some kind of refresh token is supposed to be there. We wanted to make a private key for ourselves. Like if we wanted a particularly application, a user is supposed to be authenticate with any type of private key. We wanted to make a private key. Okay. So over there, the key management comes over here. Okta gives us thing. So we can create our own key about that area. Okay. So we can do this activity like this way. We can create the test key. Okay. Whether we are creating a key, no, it is not supposed to be issued right now. Okay. So this is like renaming, delete, or copy public. So this is only that the key. If we wanted a particularly application or in the API side, a particularly user wanted to interact with a particularly application, but he wanted that this type of key is only that becoming a only becoming a private key. Through that way a user is going to be authenticated to the particularly application or wanted to access to the particularly application. So through that way we can use that type of key. We can give like this way. This type of code is supposed to be the RSA token, it is supposed to be there, and rest of the activity inside the key is there. Okay, it is in the JSON format. This is a completely the JSON format. Okay, so we can copy that key and give it to the particularly area to use it the private key and authenticate or do the assignment part of the particularly application. So it is just only to creating a key site in the Okta dashboard. Now in the security area, as I know, as I already told you about that part, there are some settings. There are some type of securities which we are having. Okay. Now we are in the general tab. In the general tab, what we have seen security notification emails. Security notification emails basically means if any type of any security is going to be triggered. So if these mails are supposed to be enabled or disabled on that time. Okay, like new sign-in on notification email. Right now it is disabled. New sign-in on notification email means if a new user is supposed to be signing in Okta, so he is supposed to be get an email. So through that way we can notify a particularly user, okay, that you are signing in a particularly Okta area with your credentials or the username is this and your URL is this. So we wanted to notify that. So it's all up to us. Either we wanted to enable or disable them. That's simple. Password change notification email. Like you wanted to change your password. Okay, like whether you are resetting your password. So that mail is supposed to be going to your inbox or not. Okay. So as an administrator, we make it enable. Authenticator enrollment notification via the email. Like the Okta Verify is a authenticator. Okay, like similarly, some other area of the authentications are be there. Okay, in the Okta, I'll show you also. So we wanted that you are enrolling in the Okta Verify, you are enrolling in the DO security, you are enrolling in the RSA token something. So the user wanted to notify that area. So according to the administrator, yes, we want to enable. Similarly, authenticator reset notification. If you wanted to reset your authenticator, so you wanted to notify that area or not, to make it enable. So these all are disabled by default. You make it according to your feasibility, according to the client requirement. You are supposed to enable or disable. Similarly, like report suspicious activity by the email. If you have any user profile is supposed to be anything in a suspicious site. So how the administrator will notify that area? Like user is not able to sign in his account. His MFA is not supposed to be work. The assignment to the particularly application is not going to be happen. So how the administrator will notify? So through that notification by the mail is supposed to be notify any type of the report. Okay, same. Okay. So basically these are the general things in that thing, and the captcha integration is supposed to be here. It is not majorly it is supposed to be required. Okay, like any captcha notification you required or not. So it's all up to you what type of things you need to enter and all that. Captcha is not exactly required in the Okta because we have lots of authenticators. Now some of the organization security. These are the general security which is applied on that user profile basically. Okay, security notification by the emails. Okay, and some are all the organizational security. Organization security means IP binding for admin console. IP binding means IP addresses. So it is supposed to be binding for the admin console if you required to make it enabled. Remember user or sign in. If you wanted to make remembering the user sign in, what his user ID and all, so we already make it enabled. Stay sign in means like how long the user is stay in his profile or something is supposed to be enabled. So these are the all we can see over here. Either we wanted to make a change, we can click on the edit part and we can change according to our feasibility and the requirement. Like activation email by the valid for. If a user entered in the Okta profile, his account is supposed to be created. Now what he is supposed to do, he wanted to make his account activate. So if the user this mail or his activation valid for 7 days. If he is not be doing the activation of his account within 7 days, his account is going to be deactivated or suspended. So we change it accordingly, like 7 days, 30 days, 90 days, 4 hours, 1 hour. So it's all up to you how long we wanted to make it activated. Enforce device binding for creation sanction. Enable for all IDPs, or either not enabled, enabled for Okta only, or either for IDP. It is basically like, as I told you, we are working in a organization or we are working in a tenant. So only that user profile is not supposed to be the only object. There are lots of other objects. We have devices, we have share file, we have OneDrive, okay, we have SharePoint, we have Teams. There are lots of things are there, okay, in the environment. So we wanted that all our devices, okay, are supposed to be enforced in a particularly session. So that's why we make it in the enable for all IDPs. Whenever, whatever the locations that the user's device is supposed to be enrolled in a particularly domain, so he is enabled for the particularly area. Username matches criteria to sign in. So like username matches criteria on sign in means whatever the user ID in Active Directory or any of the external environment. So his ID or his username is supposed to be matched. Okay, match means like like right now I have it support at the rate something. This is my email address. Okay, support at the rate onenesscloud.com. Okay, so it is supposed to be matched. Okay, allow short match means if we find that support, if we write it down only support, so automatically he will find that support at the rate onenesscloud.com. If we write it down at the rate 1, so he will easily understand that thing. This is the only area or it is only that the domain or email address he is searching for. So that's why just make it allow short match, or either we want it a complete match or entire match, or we require a short match. Like my name is Karan. If anybody enter KA, so he that automatically understands that thing he is looking for the Karan. Okay. So this is that. Let's make it safe also. Protect against password based attacks. Okay, so what exactly it means? Like anything require position factor before password during MFA. If anybody anything is requiring factor before MFA, so we wanted that enabling this feature requires user to verify their identity with a position factor before any knowledge factor like password, security question, or anything. Okay. Block suspicious password attempt from the unknown device. So it is going to blocking the suspicious password with anybody or unknown thing or unknown area is supposed to be looking ahead. So according to our feasibility, we make it yes or either disable or enable. Okay. Let's make it default. Generally, things are over here are generally in the default. Okta threat insight settings. Threat insight settings is if anything in a critical state, risk side or anything. So how we could identify in the Okta. Okay. So this is supposed to be over here. Like we can find an action if anybody logs authentication attempt from malicious IP. Okay. So an action has supposed to be marked on the or either exempt zone. Exempt zone means any of the network zones in our area. Not in area, in the Okta itself, where we are supposed to configure it. So these are the things are be in the security side on the general side, notification side, suspicious activity side, organizational security side. So whatever the things as client requirement is supposed to be there on the security side, so we need to make it enable, disable or modify those. Okay. So this is generally in the general side.
So the general settings which we did, is it limited to my account only or it can be for all of the accounts
All of the
which
account, all
we
of the account, all of the account.
okay.
Right now we are working as an administrator. Okay. So according to the administrator side, whatever he wanted to make a change over here, it will affect to the rest of the users. Okay. And it will apply to the all of the users in the organization who belongs or who is going to sign in of the Okta. Okay. It's not only the particularly user. Okay. If you are working under the administrator, if you are only having the read only options, then you are not supposed to do this activity. Okay. So these all activity are disabled from your okay. But if you are working as an administrator, so you are only supposed to do any changes like edit part. Okay. So you are only that the person who can apply those changes to the entire organization in the office. Okay. So that's why I'm saying according to the client requirement and client suggestion, these security things are supposed to be checked and verified on that area. If you want it in the security notification mail are not supposed to be coming to the user inbox or any of is supposed to be notified about that area so we can make a decision.
Okay, but what if like for example if we are handling more than one application and their requirements are different. Like for example if one of the application requires capture integration and one of the application do not require that, even it is not even recommended. Okay,
Sorry,
so
sorry,
in
sorry.
that
What
case,
your
like
question? What your question? If one application,
if there are two applications, one
okay.
of the application is looking for capture integration, okay, and one of the application is not looking. So in that case, how we will going to do that thing? Since like it is the
No, no, no.
general one only.
Okay, okay. So generally the thing it is to be there like for the CAPTCHA integration side, it is only supposed to be like I'll show you the document. It is only on the Okta side. It is not only that the application area. We are supposed to be do this activity only in the in the area of our this Okta side only. We are making security things in the Okta itself, not from the application scenario side. For application side, we have that the other things like sign-in on policies are be there. if a user is signing on the particularly application, okay, and applications policies is supposed to be there. So the application area is supposed to be the service provider end. Now we are only focusing on the identity provider end. Okay, so only we can understand on the application side area. Okay, like over here, it is already been mentioned, like sign in on vendor of your choice or the sign in of our account, and then the following the instruction, either H captcha or reCAPTCHA we can use it. Okay, so it's supposed to be like any of the integration we are supposed to be there. We can make it our site, or we can create our secret key on that area. So on that area, we are supposed to do this captcha types of activity, captcha services. Okay, like as you see, like in Google, Yahoo, the captcha is supposed to be there. Okay, this is applied. Okay, so the captcha integration, if the application we are supposed to require the captchas, then we are supposed to do this activity for the particularly application, and this is supposed to be uh, work under that the Okta security side, not the application security side. Okay, like for one application we wanted to integrate the captcha, another application we don't want to integrate the captcha. In the first application, if we integrated the captcha, so that is only from the Okta side security is supposed to be there, not the application side security. Got
Okay,
my
if
point?
we enable that thing, it will be enabled like for like once the user logs in into the app.
Yes, yes, yes. It is only will enable on the Okta side, and it will only will work on the Okta itself, not the application side.
Okay.
Okay, so that is like if an example, if I'm you like if we are entering our password, sometimes we forget our password, we are trying too many passwords, so then the application is saying to enter the captcha, reCAPTCHA or captcha inside the box. Okay, and if you
Right.
see any type of application like Indian Railway, so in the Indian Railway, you are entering your username, password, and the captcha also. Okay. So that captcha is supposed to be authenticating by some other application. Okay, where your credentials are supposed to be stored. Okay. So that captcha is only integrated on the particularly application, but it is not validating from the application side. It is validating from the other authenticating source where your credentials are supposed to be stored. Or generally, this CAPTCHA is a third party type of authentication, not the application side. Okay, so that's why if you do some coding work or web development side, now you will easily understand that part. That CAPTCHA is supposed to be a JavaScripting language or a link where we just to authenticate or to validate the user entered the correct thing or not, and it is automatically changing itself. It is like infinite, you can say infinite verification codes are. Now the health insight part. Health insight part, I already told you in that first class, like if I'm demonstrating you the Okta dashboard. So as I told you, like in the health insight, we can identify or we can work on our security area in our Okta itself. What type of our Okta tenant health it is supposed to be there. What organization health in the Okta we are having. Okay, so it will show you what type of things are in the critical side, what type of things are in a moderate side or low side. So we can find it out in the health insight part. So as an Okta administrator, we are supposed to do that activity to make it a score very high, and we are supposed to work on the critical task over here and to minimize this thing in the incomplete task or such thing to increase our this score part, the graph part, the percentage part. Okay. So over here, what is the critical part? Like Okta admin console authentication requirement is weak. So it is saying that authentication requirement is weak. So what we are supposed to do? We to do an action go to the authentication policies to make it strong. More than 75% of the admin have the super admin privilege. So it's saying that 75% of the admins having super admin privilege. So what we have supposed to do, we go to the admin list and make that change. Threat inside is not enabled to block suspicious IP. So it is not enabled right now. So what we have to do, we have to go to the security part and make it enabled. If any suspicious IP is supposed to be there, so this is supposed to be blocked or find and make it enabled. Block suspicious activity over here.
What is this first one, like of admin console?
Yeah, I'll check.
I I am also getting that.
I did some activity over here. I did some here. Okta admin console authentication required is weak. Authentication requirement is weak. So these are the authentication requirements, which is comes under the security tab also. So authentication requirement weak means, so there is two-factor authentication it is supposed to be there, and three application it is to be there, and there is one application specific policy is applied on the Okta admin console. So we can change over here. So these all the things comes under the security part. I'll show you how the things are there once we are supposed to go each and every step in the security tab. Okay. So the health inside I told you like any type of security which are supposed to be critical or something, we can work on those area to make our score and the percentage higher side in the health inside area. Okay. Now the authenticators part comes. So as you know, what type of authenticators are we there, how we add that authenticator, how we enroll those authenticators. So authenticators are basically the things through which we are supposed to authenticate ourselves on a second layer of authentication, or whether any second layer of security we wanted to make it in our sign-in on. So we use such kind of authenticators are we there. Okay. So over here, these are some setup area, how we set up our authenticators. What are all those authenticators are we there? We have email authenticator, we have Okta Verify authenticator, we have password authenticator. Generally, email is basically possessions, okay, and it is used for recovery based. If your password is, you forget your password, you are not able to remember your password, such kind of things, you can make a uh, you can recover your password with the help of this kind of authenticator. Like a mail notification goes to your email with a tentative password, so you can easily recover your password. So the email authenticator works like that. Now the password one authenticator is for the knowledge base. Okay, whether you are entering your username, so there is supposed to be required a password. So password is required for making you authenticate. So this kind of authenticator. And the third one is the Okta Verify. Okta Verify authenticator is used for three types of things. It will use of device bound. It is to authenticate yourself. Like device bound means the Okta Verify is supposed to be installed in your mobile devices. Through that device, you are supposed to be connect to your tenant. After that thing, you are signing on in a particularly application. It will require a push notification or either a code. So that's why it is to be device bound. The next thing it is supposed to be like it is position and knowledge base or either the biometric. Biometric, why it is biometric? It will looking for your fingerprints like Okta Verify. So any type of fingerprints, any type of your other things like scan face or such kind of things, it is to be there in the Okta Verify authenticator. Okay, so there we are right now. I am having like three authenticators: email, Okta Verify, and the password. So that's why their status is active. Okay, so what if I don't want to anything authenticator, I can delete that to the action tab. Okay, so this is the setup part. If we wanted to add one more authenticator, we can add to that way. So these all are the authenticator. Geo security, email is already added. Fido, Google Authenticator, IDP Authenticator, Okta Verify already installed. Okay. Now we wanted to make a phone, either the SMS or the voice message. We get a code and we are supposed to enter after our credentials. So we can add this thing. On-prem MFA. So these all are the authenticators. So then again, it's according to the user requirement. Sorry, according to the client requirement, what he's supposed to make the authenticator, which authenticator he required. So we can add those authenticators from that area. Now I edit the security question. Okay, if I forget my username, password, such kind of things. So whatever the security questions it is supposed to be there and answer, I already mark it down. So it will recheck my answers on the security question side. Then he is supposed to let me in inside the Okta premises. So that is for basically for the recovery. Okay, it is only the type, what type of authenticator type. Okay, so there are lots of authenticators according to your feasibility or according to your work. You can add those also. Now the enrollment part, how we can enroll in the authenticator. Authenticator enrollment policy is evaluated alongside the password policy. Password policy means like user may be required to enroll in the email or either the security question. Additionally, user may be given an option to enroll either in the phone or the Okta Verify. If they were selected an optional or disable in the enrollment policy because of password policy configuration. Okay. So you can see all are the policies under the enrollment. How we are supposed to enroll under the particularly authenticator or how authenticator are supposed to be enrolled. What type of condition, what type of basis the enrollment is supposed to be happen for the authenticator. So it is a default policy. It is a default policy given by the Okta itself. Okay. Like what is saying the default policy? It is saying the default policy applies in all situations if no other policy applies. If no policies applies, so this policy will work and it will apply to the everyone group. What type of authenticator is supposed to be required in this policy? It will require the password, or either it requires the optional the Okta verify. Okay, and disabling the email and the security question. Okay, now there is a question over came across over here. If a client having multiple authenticator, if a client having multiple authenticator for their user, he wanted that Okta Verify always comes in the first authenticator size, or the first authentication side of the particularly user is Okta Verify will work. Okay, and rest of the things, rest of the authenticator like password, like security question, like email notification, whatever the things authenticator, it will work the secondary basis. So how we can do this thing? We can do this activity by making our Okta Verify the required site and rest of the authenticator in the optionals. So whenever the user is trying to access in the Okta, or he wanted to access his profile in the Okta, or he wanted to log in the Okta, so he is not supposed to be entering or populating any type of to enter his password, such kind of thing. Directly it will reflect that to verify yourself from the Okta Verify Authenticator. Okay, so how could we do this thing to make it changes? So we can edit that part. Okay, and for that area, we make it Okta Verify as a required part, and rest of the things we required as an optional. Okay, right now these are disabled, and we make it either disable or the optional. So this is how we can change the scenario. We can change the priority of our authenticators. Okay, this is the one of the question which is supposed to be asked by the interviewer. Like if you are having the multiple authenticator, how can you make this email or password or either the Okta Verify as a priority? How you can change the priority of your authenticator? Okay, so you can tell them like I'm supposed to make the Okta Verify in the required list and rest of the authenticator in the optional. So the Okta Verify priority comes first. So through that way, we can update our policy. Okay, password authenticator or default MFA version must be required. Okay. They saying it is must be required. It is not supposed to be authenticated. Actually, this is a default password, default thing, so that's why I can't do any changes. If I'm going to suppose to create my own, I'll do it.
So I have a
Yeah,
question, Karen.
yes,
I,
yes.
I I noticed that you've been working on this place, this Okta place since. What about the server that we downloaded before? Is that something that will still be going in as Okta admin, or most of our work will be here, this place?
No, no, no. The server we already installed, it is just we created for external user. Like as I told you, like I required some of the users. Okay, some of the
Okay, so
users,
the
some of the
server was just for us to create users and then link it to this one. Then once we
yes, yes,
link it
yes,
to this, then we'll
yes.
just, so everything else that we'll be doing will be here on this place.
Here only in the Okta. Like whether you are
Okay.
supposed to be working in your any of the organization, so you are supposed
Okay.
to understand. You are supposed to be understand that where our users are originally or stored, in which location they are supposed to be there, and where
Okay.
our
So that,
users, where from our users are coming from, either from any of the on-prem directories, either they are coming from the cloud environment, or any from the application side. So you
okay.
should
So
know
that
about
means
that.
for us, our users were coming from that server, and once we create these users there and we link it to this Okta, we don't go back there again except if we need to create um another group or users, right?
Yes, yes. If you wanted some other user are supposed to require some other user, so you can take those user and create those user on that Active Directory and sync or provision those users in the Okta. Okay.
Okay. Yes. Thank you.
So this is how we are supposed to make it this authenticator and like to change their priority of our authenticator. Okay, so this is the enrollment part. We can do that enrollment part, or we can create our own policies. Like after clicking that thing, we can create our policy of any of the authenticator. So like test policy. This is a test policy I'm creating. Okay. So assigning group, I have only the one group. If I am having some multiple groups, I can apply this policy to the other groups. Like if I am having a IT group, okay, I wanted only that the users which are in the IT groups. So this policy, this authenticator policy is applied only to the IT group. So that will affect only that the IT group user, not the other group user. So right now I am holding that the everyone. So I am making that thing required for the rest of the. Okay. Now there is something which just comes across the rule part. Once we are creating the policy, a rule is supposed to be we need to create. Okay. On that the particularly policy. So test rule. So rule is basically created for this thing. Like if I'm creating one policy, okay, is this policy is applied to the everyone groups, and this is having such kind of things which is helpful for that particularly group. Now, how this policy is supposed to be rule out, how this policy is supposed to be ruling. Okay, so we can create a rule for make it happen. Okay, so in the add rule section, we are creating a test rule and we are excluding such of the users like Henry. We have this. Okay, I have one user Henry. I am excluding this user from this rule. Okay, from this policy. Okay, I am excluding the user Mark Henry. If user IP is if the user IP is in zone or not in zone. If the user IP is not in zone, like all zone IPs left, okay, not in zone, then the enrollment is deny enrollment for SSO. So he is not supposed to be make his ID authentic. Okay, now I'm creating a rule for this particularly user. Okay, so I created one policy. For this policy, I created one rule. Okay, what this rule it is supposed to be there? I have a policy for everyone group. In the everyone group, I have one user. His name is Mark Henry. Okay, his username is Mark Henry. Okay, so what the rule is saying, if this user is Mark Henry, it is supposed to be there, or he is not in a particularly zone of the IP addresses, like in the environment. He is not in the environment of office environment or something. He is not supposed to be authenticating or not able to make it the SSO in the uptime bar. So this rule is applied on the particularly user. So this is how we are supposed to make the policy and make a rule in the authenticator enrollment part. Okay. Hope you little bit understand on those area. If you having that kind of Okta tenant, you can do this activity not in this virtual machine. Outside the virtual machine, you can do that activity. It will work also. Okay, you can just gone through that area. If you are having such doubt on this till so far over here in 3 tab general health inside or authenticator, let me know in tomorrow session. Okay. and rest of the things I will teach you in the tomorrow session. Okay.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So basically the thing it is that what I'm saying in previous class about the SSO. SSO means single sign-on. It means that your one credential is supposed to be work for all of your applications, which is assigned to you or either in the project. So this is one of the protocol through which we can integrate or onboard lots of application with the help of such protocols in the Okta provisions. Like as you know, Okta is right now behaving as an identity provider, and for Active Directory it is working as a service provider. Okay, if we have, if you want it that Okta is behaving like an identity provider, so somehow you need to integrate with some other service provider applications so that user can access other applications for their project basis. So how this supposed to be happen? It is supposed to be happen with the help of such kind of protocols. Protocols means method. Methods means SSO authentication scheme. So over here, SWA. SWA is one of them. We call it as a secure web authentication. So how it is this method or this protocol is supposed to work? SWA is a Okta term and referred to the method developed by the Okta itself. So SWA secure web authentication, this authentication method, it is designed by only with Okta. There is no such other industry or the tool to provide this such kind of protocol. So what exactly this secure web authentication do? It will work with the help of browser plugins. What it will do? Whenever a user is trying to access a service provider application with the help of this protocol, so what it will do? It will securely pass the credential with the help of browser program in the form of web forms on the behalf of Okta user. Like if I am trying to access an application which is SWA based application, so if I am entering my credentials, so what will happen? That credential goes to the browser plugin. Browser plugin means whatever the browser you are having. Chrome, Internet Explorer, Firefox, Mozilla, whatever. So every browser having their own plugins, Okta plugins. So what it will do, it will bypass my credential. Means the browser takes my credential and similarly it will reflect back to the particularly identity provider or sorry service provider application. So SWA is created by the Okta to provide single sign-on application that do not support proprietary features like single sign-on method or SAML. It is not other than like federation type of single sign-on method or SAML. It's a browser plugin required. Whenever you require this type of SWA type of authentication, you always require Okta browser plugins. How it is look like plugins? These are all the plugins. Every browser having their own plugins. So these plugins are supposed to work whenever the SWA methodology you are supposed to use it. So if you are not using the Okta plugins or you are not supposed to use SWA authentication, so these plugins are not required on that. Some other things are supposed to be required on other protocols.
So SWA is basically is a secure web authentications and it will work only in that the browser plugin. So what exactly it will do? It will securely bypass your credential in the web forms on the behalf of the user authentication. So like the example it is, if I'm trying to access an application with the help of this SWA authentication method or a protocol, so whenever I was just trying to access that application with my help of Okta, so it will take my Okta credentials to the browser plugin and bypass those credentials to the particularly application. Okay, so it's not like to entering your uh, credentials in a service provider application, it will be directly goes to the browser plugin and it will reflect back to the application. So whenever you required that type of SW authentication, so you always used Okta browser plugins is necessary required. So these all are the browser plugins which are having Okta supported. So Firefox also having that thing and Chrome is also having that type of activity. So this is SWA is a secure web authentication. Basically the thing it is that we are authenticating the web form in a secure manner with the help of this SWA authentication method and maintain the SSO part. Okay, so this is the one of the protocol which I'm trying to tell you about that thing. We can do the practical things later on. Okay, firstly we will just cover up whatever the protocols we have it we required for the SSO part. Okay, now the second protocol is we call it as a SAML. It is a very important protocol which is widely used, is basically defined as security assertion markup language. So what exactly the security part over here, what are assertion markup language, why it is to be name it like that. So SAML is a XML based. It is XML based. Why it is XML based? Because whether we are exchanging any information in the internet or from one party to the another party, so there is a XML format. XML format it is used to transfer information from one identity provider to the another identity provider or the service provider. So XML based standard for exchanging authentication and the authorization, which is data between identity provider and the service provider. Like there is an example in the third row, like Okta sending an XML format in the form of SAML, and that is goes to the service provider application. Service provider means who is giving us some services like Box application, Zoom application, Slack applications. So whatever the application we are supposed to choose from the service provider side, so we need to use SAML format, means security assertion markup language. So why it is required over here? It is used to create secure connection between service provider and the identity provider, and it is going to authenticate. So service provider is not going to authenticate the user basically in this format, rather than trusting the security authentication assertion from the identity provider. What it is means, like if I am in the Okta, I am a person and I am a user and I already authenticating myself in the Okta. Now from the dashboard, I choose one of the application, Box application. A Box application is assigned to me for work purpose or Zoom application. So once I click over there, so my credential is not going to be pass it on, okay, to the particularly service provider. Only that security authentication assertion which has already been done or at the time of integration with both of the application or both of the entities like identity provider and the service provider. So the user is supposed to be authenticated from that end. Okay. So like one example is over here like this way. Once a user is trying to access Box application, so what is happen? So from the service provider side, we can generate a SAML. SAML means security assertion markup language. It will generate a SAML and it will redirect to the Okta. Okta is an identity provider. Okay. From the Okta side, what will happen? It will authenticate the user and create the SAML response on the behalf of that the user authentication. Once it is done, a SAML response has to be goes to the Box application, and the Box application verify the SAML and log in the user who is trying to access the Box application. So this is how the things are supposed to be work in the SAML format. There are two entities are we there. One is service provider, one is identity provider, and the third entity is user who is trying to access that particularly application. So every time user trying to access a service provider application, its generation of the SAML has to be happened. And on the behalf of that thing, your identity provider will authenticate and also response on the SAML side. On the behalf of that thing, user can access that part. So in a general term, I will tell you one example. Like I am going to access one application, okay, and I am trying my Okta credential over there. Okay, so I am already authenticated with the Okta, but service provider application doesn't know about that part. So how the things has to be happen at the time of initial time when our integration part has to happen. On that time, a SAML generation, like a SAML generation means a SAML having some alphabetical or a list of attributes in that the particularly XML based file. It needs to be interchanged with the help of metadata from identity provider to the service provider. With the help of this authenticity, user get access in a particularly application. Okay, yeah, these are some of the terms which are quite new for you, but once you are doing any such kind of practicals, so it is quite easy to understand all of the things. Okay, now the third is WS Federation. WS Federation is only used for the Microsoft applications. So right now we have only one application Microsoft is Office 365. That WS Federation is work only in O365 application, which is a Microsoft based. Those applications which are not supposed to be used for Microsoft based application, so they are not supposed to use that type of protocol. Some other protocol are supposed to use, but not this protocol. This protocol is only mandate to the Microsoft application.
So are there organizations that don't do Microsoft applications?
Sorry. So like yeah, the organizations are supposed to use that the Microsoft applications, and
What
the
I'm
thing it
saying
is
is,
to
are there other organizations that don't use Microsoft application? Because I'm trying to understand if there are situations where, because from what you said, that can only be used in where there's Microsoft applications.
the Microsoft application basically like O365 application is only that application the
Okay.
Microsoft using. So in the O365 you are supposed to use like your Office, your PowerPoint, everything. Okay,
Right.
so which is provided by the which is provided by Microsoft, and these applications are supposed to be used for your daily basis. Okay,
Okay.
so at the time of Okta integration with these O365 application, that purpose is only that thing to fulfill that the administrator tasks. Okay, to integrate that part. So we can use only WS Federation only that time. Okay, so if you are having like in your dashboard like five applications are with there. So
Okay.
one of the application is O365. So how this integration is going to be happen? That integration has to be done with the help of this WS Federation, and rest of the application are supposed to be integrated with some other protocols like SAML, SWA, as I told you, and OAuth, OIDC. So there are some other protocols which are supposed to be workable for other applications apart from O365. You're
Quick
welcome.
question. I think I missed something real quick. So all the
Uh,
tools that we just discussed now, the SAML, what's that one? Um, then
SWA.
yeah, so that the WS, I didn't get to know what's the full meaning. Is it web services or what is that?
So secure web authentication, basically it's not a web services. Basically the thing it is to be that whenever we are trying to access the application which is supported, which is supposed to be supported for SWA only. So once it is supposed to be required, a browser plugin, it is supposed to be there. It handles your credentials. Okay, it will store your credential over there in the browser plugins. So whenever you are trying to access that SWA application, it will bypass your credential which are stored in the plugin and give it to that the particularly application to access the user. Okay, and SAML is completely different. It is work on metadata, XML, or some authentication part, authentication certificates. So over here, an assertion has to be generated and the response on the behalf of that thing produced by that the identity provider. Over here you can see the picture in your documents. And WS Federation, as I told you, only works for Microsoft applications. This is the import process. We already imported some users. Configure OIN application with SWA. So how the SWA is supposed to work, we can see in the practical and even like the SAML one also. Okay, so SAML one, there are lots of applications are with there, even for the SWA also.
So what exactly in the architect area? So in this picture is the complete solution, how we are deploying Okta, okay, in the infrastructure, and how Okta is behaving with the rest of the components, or you can say the rest of the entities which is associated to Okta to make in our network a complete solution for our activities or whatever the things we are going to do in the IAM practice side. Okay. So in this picture, if you go through in the right hand side first, okay. So in the right hand side, we are having our Active Directory, we are having our local users, remote user parameters, okay, partners, sorry. So the Active Directory, what exactly that the Active Directory it is? As I told you, Active Directory is nothing but the repository through which we can get or we can have our all the users resources, our all objects related to the file groups, okay, printer devices, whatever the digital identities it is to be there, we are kept secure in our Active Directory area. Okay, and the thing which is on the left hand side, we are having our Okta, okay, which is a cloud side. Okay, this is in the right hand side, we are having our network. Okay, network means on side area, like on prem kind of activity it is to be there. Okay, in the left hand side is completely on the cloud side. So in between we are having the firewall who can make secure for our security purpose, for our DMZ creating purpose. So there should be some firewall over there which restricts any kind of suspicious activity or any kind of suspicious login or intruder or hacker who are going to trying to achieve our network in the Okta side. They are not going to do this kind of activity. Okay, so Okta Active Directory and the Okta, how they are going to connect? These are going to be connect with the help of our Okta AD agents. So there is an agent, or you can say the connector, or you. We are not going to say this is a connector. It's a completely agent which is helpful for us, or which will create such a boundary, or such which will create a not a boundary, which will create a bridge between our Active Directory to the Okta to sync our users, our groups, our all of the files which is to be there, to sync with that and make a connection between both of them. Okay. So Okta AD agent, inside that Okta AD agent, we are having the services. Okay. AD agent services, which is going to be play a role to make a bridge between our Active Directory and Okta. So whatever the things which we are having in our Active Directory, that they are directly get to connect with my Okta. So as you already know, Okta is a cloud-based identity access management platform which provide you the secure authentication, authorization, and the user identity management kind of activity. So in this architect, it is designed to be scalable, highly available, or you can say that it's a secure integration between both cloud side and on-prem environment area. Okay, I'll give you one more walkthrough on that side in a pictorial format. What exactly this diagram is telling to us.
Karan, I have one question. Is
Yep.
that like AD agent is something that we are installing on the Windows server, or is it like we are creating a service account and then we are integrating the AD with the application?
Yeah, I tell you that thing. I'm going on that side. Just give me one sec. Okay. Firstly, I am explaining on that thing. Okay. Let's say there is a boundary. You can say this is on-prem area, and this is your cloud area. In cloud, we are having the Okta. Correct? My solution. Okay. So what will happen in on-prem side? I do have an AD. I do have an AD, and in my cloud side, I do have a Okta. Okay. AD and Okta. So I want to make a connection between both of them. Okay. What ADs contain? AD contain my users information, groups information, correct? My device information, what all the devices I am having, my folder information, okay, what all the folders I am having, my devices in device everything is coming guys like your laptop machine, your server information, your any kind of device, printer and all, okay, and SharePoint information, shared file, shared drive, you can say. Okay, so these kind of information which is to be kept inside my AD. Okay, now I want that this information is right now totally blank. Till so far, my organization dealing with AD, but AD is not good enough to do certain kind of activity in the IAM perspective way. Okay, there is no such SSO, there is no such MFA, there is no such LCM kind of process is going to be happen in my AD side. So what my organization say, they want it now. They are going to deploy Okta in their infrastructure. Okay, if they are going to make Okta as a solution for their infrastructure, so everything is going to be managed. Managed in the sense like whatever the applications they are having, the organization application, whatever the application they are having. Okay, whatever the lab cycle kind of activity they are doing, whatever the automation kind of activity they are doing. Okay, whatever the security side MFA kind of activity they are doing. Okay, and they are connecting with third party application, so API access management it is to be there, API. Okay, and similarly if my organization want to connect with some other organization, so who can do this kind of activity? Only Okta, because Okta is a complete solution. Correct. Now the thing is very simple. My guys, my users, my all the things are be kept inside the AD. Okay, I want all of the things came to my cloud area, which is a Okta. Okay, so who can make this bridge? The bridge has been come by AD agent, which is AD agent means Okta AD agent. Okta gives you one agent who can gives, who can prepare one service account in my AD to make a sync between Okta and AD. Okay, so once it is going to be make a sync between Okta and AD with the help of this service account, because This Okta AD agent is just an agent, but it will there is having a service account in it, which is reside inside my AD. Through that way, I can see or I can be able to make a sync between my AD to Okta. So once I am importing any kind of user from Okta side, from where? From AD. They are going from here to here, from on-prem to cloud area. Okay. So this is how we are supposed to do in the AD architect. Not AD architect, this is an integration between like Okta and AD. But my architect is something different. This is a small part of the architect of Okta.
Then, what
Yes,
is the service agent is going to do between? They are going to integrate between the Okta and the
AD,
AD.
Okta and
Is there
AD.
going to is there going to share the information from AD to Okta? How
Yes,
it works actually?
yes, yes. So what exactly the things? It is helpful for us to make a sync between
Mm-hmm.
my Okta to AD. Oh, sorry, AD to Okta. AD to Okta. Okay. So whatever the things related to the information, okay, related to the import part, related to the group push area, okay. So these all information has been taken care by my this Okta AD agent or this service account, which is to be kept inside my AD. Okay. So I'll once we create a lab over here, okay, so we can see all this kind of activity which is going to be happen, or we can see our AD. Inside our AD there should be one service account reside over there, which is a Okta service account, okay, which is helpful us to make a sync between AD to Okta. So whatever the information you wanted to take it from AD, that is directly go to your cloud area. Okay. Eventually, what we are going to target or AD, or how we are making an integration between AD to Okta, just for our user side, we want the information of the users, where exactly our users are residing, okay, or whatever the groups are we there, okay, what all that the service accounts are we there, okay. So these all the three information majorly we can get connect with that Okta or make an integration between Okta to AD. Okay, so this is how we are going to touch or integrate our Okta and AD with the help of Okta AD agent. Okay, once we are doing certain kind of practical, so that all the things you it is going to be visualized. Right now, I am giving you a theoretical aspect just to get to understand what exactly the things it is to be there. Okay,
Okay.
so this is the one part. AD is the one part. Okay, information coming from AD to Okta with the help of Okta AD agent. Okay, now it is in the cloud, so that is also be connected with lot of applications. Okay, which is running on your cloud side area, like your Zoom application, your O365 application, your Zendex application, your ServiceNow application, your SAP application, your Salesforce application. Okay, so my users are coming from here to here. Now user is be this area. Now user want to authenticate themselves in this area. Okay, he wanted to use all those applications which are running in the cloud side. So how user or how this user is going to authenticate in all those applications, then in terms with over here it is comes with the integration between Okta to application. So over here, whether we are going to integration between Okta to AD, that we with the help of OAG. Okay, whether we are going to do any kind of integration between Okta to applications with the help of, now this terms is comes with the SSO methods, or we call it is a SSO authentication protocols. Okay, so in that parameter, what we can say from Okta to applications. So right now Okta became your IDP and application will become your service provider because it is providing the services. Okay. So from IDP to SP, we wanted to get connect with both of the things. So we are having multiple protocols. Protocols in the way of SAML, OAuth, or OIDC. Okay. This whole picture we can do practical. Okay. I'm just giving you a theoretical hint over there what exactly the things are with there. Not only Okta is just a solution, okay, which is implemented by your organization. So if the organization is implemented Okta in its parameter, so what all the things which is related to the work for an organization, so Okta can do this kind of activity. But we get to know what kind of the applications are running over there, what is the kind of applications are used by your organization. We get to know what all the downstream kind of applications are with there. Okay, where exactly your repositories are residing. Okay, either AD, either your Azure platform, either on your AWS platform, either on your GCP platform, where exactly your user is. Okay, so this is how we need to get integrate. Okay, then rest of the activity comes in this picture. Over here you see one of the component of IAM SSO, correct? Now over here you can see in Okta in the user side lifecycle management kind of component you can see. Okay, similarly whether the SSO it is going to be happen, we can see also multi-factor authentication, how user get authenticate in application and it will be notify and verify by multi-factor authentication. So you again the new component comes in this picture. Okay, how what kind of user there are, we are having multiple kind of user like full-time users, part-time user, contract user, vendors are be there. Okay, so for all of the four kind of users, are they able to get access on those applications? Then we prepare policies, correct? Our policies for authentication purpose. So over here we can see authentication and authorization. So all over the things which I taught you in previous sessions related to the IAM terminologies and all. So you can see complete all of the things in your Okta platform. How Okta is dealing all of the activities. Okay. For application part, SSO will be there. For application part, MFA should be there. Okay. For self-service kind of activity, lifecycle management it is to be there. For automation purpose, we are having workflows. Okay. For our connectivity for rest of the other applications, we do have a API access management. Okay. For management perspective, we are having the reports. Okay. For your creation of rules and groups, we are having policies and rules. Okay. For users, for get connect with the authoritative source like your AD. So we are having the users, groups, everything. So these all the terms which you have seen over here, these are the terminologies you already know in the IAM side. Whether I am talking about IAM so many times, so IAM provide lot of kind of products. There is lot of products through which we can establish IAM for an organization. Okay, so Okta is one of the product. So if Okta is one of the product, so it means that it is having the those capabilities, those features which the IAM is having. Okay, so that's why any kind of organization who is dealing with authentication and authorization for an enterprise level, so Okta is the best solution for them. Okay, now I'll give you one highlight about that the Okta console. Okay, so you can easily see how this kind of activities look like. Okay, just give me one sec. Okay,
Yes.
so this is the one of that the Okta console. Okay, once you registered yourself for the 30 days trial, okay, so you will find this kind of link in your email ID. Okay, so you see this is the trial hyphen this is this thing and I am the administrator. Whenever you are going to create your account in Okta by your work email ID, so by default you are the administrator. By default you are the administrator. So if you are the administrator, you are having much more privilege to work or to do or go inside each and every aspect of your Okta tenant area. Okay, so this is the one of the console of the Okta. Over here, they changes little bit of the things in the UI part. Okay, so it's a start from dashboard, then directory, then customization, then application wizard. Okay, menu, then security menu, then workflow menu, then last we are having the reports section, reports and settings. Settings are self-service kind of activity for this UI. Okay, so in the dashboard we can walk through all of those things which is to be written over here like dashboard, task, agent, notification. In directory part we can came across what all the users, how the users are be there, how the users are be created, where exactly we can get the users, are they visible or not visible. So we can find each and every user in this tab, we can find each and every group in this tab, what all the devices are going to be connected with Okta we can see in the device tab. Profile editor, profile editor generally tells that what all the profile of my users devices, what all the things are with there, I can check over in the profile editor area. I can edit it, I can customize it. Okay, so we can do all this kind of activity in profile editor. Then we are having the directory integration. As I'm telling to you in this picture, previous picture which I created in the paint. So directory integration. So Okta, inside the Okta wizard, there is a tab which is a directory integration. How you can integrate the directories. Directories means active directories or LDAP directories or whatever the file or any of the repository you wanted to integrate with Okta. Why we required this kind of thing? Because right now my Okta is totally blank. There is no such user. Okay, now I'm going to deploy this Okta tenant for one of my organization to do IAM kind of practice with the help of Okta itself. Once I get connect with Okta for my organization or establishing Okta for any kind of organization, so whatever the things is going on in the organization, it is going to be taken care by the Okta itself. Okay, so what the Okta required? They required users, correct? Either we can create user, either we can get the user from external side. Okay, we required groups. So either the groups we can create or either we can get from that the external area. External means like either the cloud application side or either from the Active Directory area, correct? Similarly, we can register our devices with the help of device integration over here in the Okta. So my device going to be visualized over here, all of the devices through which my organization is capable. Like my organization wants, not want, in my organization, most of the guys using Windows machine, most of the guys using iOS machine. Similarly, most of the guys using Android devices. Similarly, most of the guys using iPhone devices. Okay, Windows devices. So these all the devices are going to be registered in my organization. So I can see in the device section. Okay. Then customization part. If my organization want any kind of customization, the look and feel of my logo, the user registration area, once the user is landing first time in that the application, how it is to their end user dashboard look like, how the administrator dashboard look like. So I can do lot of customization over here. Okay, not only this area, I want my application from my organization side, one of the template which is going to be notify my user, like this is the organization how this notify my user. So I can create and build the emails, okay, in that the email section area. So that is kind of activity we can do in the customization side. I can walk you through each and every tab. Okay, no worries about that part. I can walk you through each and every tab practically. I can teach you, or in our session I can guide you what exactly in that step you can do or how you can do that kind of activities. Okay. Similarly, in the security area, we get to know what is the health of our organization. We can see in the health insight area. Okay. Right now my organizational health is 56%. So there are a lot of criticality part it is to be there. If I mitigate the criticality or done the criticality size over here, so my graph is going to be increased. So it's good practice. You can increase or make sure this graph is going to be completed like 18 out of 10 or 10 out of 10. So this graph should be more than 80%. It is a good side. Good sign means if the health of your organization is good. Okay, so this is how we are supposed to maintaining in Okta Health Insight. I'll do this thing in a practical way. Similarly, that authenticators, I teach you about that part. What all the authenticators we are having? Authenticators are nothing but what kind of MFA, from where we will get the MFA, like multi-factor authentications, where we will get this multi-factor authentication. So there should be some authenticators, like email is your one of the authenticator, correct? Your password is one of the authenticator through which you are going to authenticate yourself. Okay. And I establish or set up Okta Verify. So that's why Okta Verify is come over here. If my organization want some other authenticators, I can add the authenticator also. Okay, through which I can authenticate myself or my organization's users, like email, Okta Verify, Google Security, Google Authenticator, Custom Authenticator, Fido Key. Okay, or we are having more like phone. Okay, and your YubiKey, okay, smart card, security question. So these are all that the authenticators, okay, through which I can help my organization, like those guys who are going to connect my application, those guys who are going to connect Okta. So if I am having a certain kind of policy for creating this authenticator or adding those authenticator, I can set up in their profile. So every time they are going to authenticate themselves or accessing this Okta platform, they will came across these kind of authenticator for second layer of security. Okay, after entering their password also. Okay, so this is
And
one
can
of
we
the,
integrate 40 authenticator as well? I don't see that option.
which one?
40 authenticator. Do we have that option to integrate?
40.
Yeah, like it's from Fortinet.
No, right now these whatever the authenticator you have seen over here, these are the only authenticators which we can work in Okta. Okay.
Okay, and I have one more question. Under the devices, is there like, can we integrate all these network devices as well? And do we have an option to integrate the radius as well?
Integrate with Radius, yes.
Yeah.
So we are having the device assurance policy and the device integration side. Okay. So whatever the devices you are having, so you can integrate over here, like adding the platform, what the platform the device is having. Okay.
Okay.
And you can tell that either iOS device, Android device, or desktop device it is to be there. So you can add those endpoint devices over there. Even their secret certificate authorities it is to be given by Okta. Okta certification authority it is to be there. So you can add rest of that the certification authority if you are having. Similarly, endpoint security it is to be there. Right now, I think two Cloud Strike and the this one Windows. Now this third one is comes in this picture like Chrome device trust it is to be there. Okay, so these are the some of the capabilities which the Okta is having. Okay, so if you wanted to go ahead on that area, because this is a trial version, so might be some of the things which is not to be visualized completely over here. Some of the tabs only. Okay, some of the tabs not be there might be, but I think they are come up with a lot of other things like over here device access. Okay, so there are a lot of things comes in this picture right now. They had changed their most of the UI part as I seen. Some of the new tabs are here. Okay, so this
What
is
is
how,
the use case of integrating the endpoint security with Okta? Like, Can you give me any one of the?
Endpoint security, like the thing it is, have you came across like Cloud Strike or this one?
Yeah, I am aware of CrowdStrike
Windows
EDI.
security. Yeah. So whatever the things, if you are having integrated, like in your organization is having the Windows devices. Okay. So in the Windows devices platform, so we are having the endpoint security like this one, Microsoft one. Correct? Windows Security Center or Windows Security Device from the Windows side one, Microsoft side area. So whatever the things which is coming from that the external side. So firstly, this is should be enabled or either be up and running. So you see the Zscaler, Cloud Strike somewhere in your machine. Like recently, one of that the blue screen kind of activities happened. I think last year.
Yeah, yeah, last year, right.
So what happened on that side in Microsoft having a tie-up with the sorry Windows, yeah, Microsoft Windows having the tie-up with the CloudStrike. Okay, so what will happen? Okay, so what will happen on that side in the CloudStrike area? They are updating some of the file. One of the file is missing at the time of updation. Okay, so that's why their Windows machine is not going to be pull up. That's why it is showing the blue screen on that time. Okay, so this is how this kind of endpoint security will measure on that side. Okay, so it will figure it out what kind of operating systems you are having and how we are going to kept secure with these kind of activities. These are the big organization, CloudStrike, Windows on. So for Microsoft having the Windows Security Center, and CloudStrike is a different organization. Okay, so they are help us to make sure our endpoint securities, not only for our machine, it's helpful for the how we are our from our organization side, our inside network side, how our organization accessing rest of the cloud application, so it is in the secure manner. So that's why the thing it is here. If something anything suspicious over there, they are not going to be get inside or download something or anything, they are not going to touch their area. Okay, so they are restricting on that kind. Okay, you got my point.
Sorry, I did not get the use case again. Like, why? What is the purpose of
Mhm.
integrating the CrowdStrike? You can say, like,
Like
yeah,
I tell you
EDI.
like that. Yeah, the thing it is over here, it is very much simple. In your organization, do you have Windows and iOS machine? Correct. In your organization they are having these kind of machines are be there. Okay, so if their machines are be there, so all those machines are be now taken care by that the Okta site. Okay, because your machine has been registered or get enrolled with that Okta. Okay, now the responsibility of the Okta it is to be there. Whatever the things it is going to be done or having in your device side, it will taken care by the Okta itself. Okay, so that's why Okta gives us two kinds of activity for your machine side, so that your machine going to be secure on the security aspects. Basically, that's
But
the
that
that's the
is already done by CrowdStrike Falcon sensor. I mean, like once we install there, whatever the action that we want to take on Windows machine, that can be taken care by CrowdStrike console itself. So, like,
cloud side console itself it is to be there, but right now you are managing all your infrastructure with the Okta, na?
okay, so it's for a single console to
Yeah,
manage everything.
yes. So there is a single concern. That's why I'm saying to you, everything it is comes to the Okta right now. So it's the Okta responsibility. You are implementing Okta. Okay.
Oh,
So you are not worry about that part to buy, purchase, or inbuild and get a third party tool or whatever the tool it is in the market. Because now Okta responsibility is there to manage your complete solution. That's why I'm saying you every time it's a complete solution for the security aspect and for your infrastructure aspect. Okay. So whatever the things you have seen in your organization, software wise, your device side, your network area side, so all of the things now taken care by the Okta. Okay, you according as a Okta architect or as a Okta administrator, you need to think what kind of policy, what kind of rules. what kind of authentication policies or global session policies I need to create, okay, to make my infrastructure secure. Okay, so this is the main task or main working of the Okta administrator and the architect, those guys who are implementing Okta for an organization. Okay, so this is kind of things. Okta, here we are learning Okta in a, you can say, uh, from the starting side right now. Okay, it's a beginning. Okay, once you see the Okta projects, how the Okta projects it is to be there, on that project you can see the n number kind of things are be in a one space only. Okay, so over there you can see there are a lot of couple of things in the network side, lot of couple of things in the enrollment kind of area. Okay, so you see we are preparing a lot of things, like we are creating zones, we are establishing that the IP zones and everything, firewall we are putting, lots of the things we are putting in the network side. But if we are implementing Okta, so we just to get to know all the IP numbers, and eventually we get to know the what all the IP numbers, what all the suspicious location, what all that the bad gateways and other thing it is to be there, we can put over here. Okay, and Okta will restrict or either Okta will allow their users to go ahead and work on that area. Okay, so these are the things only taken care by the Okta itself. That's why Okta, uh, not Okta, whatever the tools which is comes in the market in the IAM perspective side. So these tools behaving like a complete thing for an organization. So Okta is just one of the thing, one of the tool who is work for your enterprise level kind of things. Enterprise means work for organizations kind of activities. What how the organizations are doing their activities day to day, or how they are managing their identities. Okay, so these are the things, and the rest of the things, whether we the any automations kind of activity came across in the organization, so Okta gives us one of that the Okta workflow console over here, through which we can create the workflows to make the process in a automation kind of things, like onboarding the users, eventually triggering the notification emails, eventually any users who is not completely uh, past 90 days his ID is not going to do any kind of activity, automatically is like offboarded from that the project, offboarded from that the console, offboarded from that the Okta tenant area, his access is going to be revoked. So lab cycle kind of activity we can work in that the automations kind of things. Okay, so this is the complete solution. I will gone through each and every aspect, so it's quite easy to you to understand on that side. The thing which I'm telling to you, the directory side, this is the page. Okay, so I am going to get connect from Okta side. This is the page through which I am going to connect my external active directories. External means the it is not from that the cloud area, it is from that the external side, either the on-prem side, either on the cloud side. But majorly this portion directory integration tells me where exactly my on-prem kind of directory AD directory it is to be there, I wanted to get connect with them. Okay, so through that way I am directly go to the add active directory, the same picture will come up. Okay, this is my corporate network. Inside the corporate network I do have a active directory. Okay, and in the cloud side I do have a Okta. Okay, so this is the way, like the with the help of Okta AD agents I'm going to provision and authenticate my users to that the Okta side. Okay, so that the agent, for the agent perspective, Okta gives you the Okta AD agent setup. So once I click the setup active directory, it will tell me to download the agent. Okay, so this agent will do and configure. After configuring the agent, it will fetch whatever the directory I do are having. Okay, whatever the directory it is I am having, it will fetch the details and send it over that the service account in that the active directory location, to make it the bridge between your active directory and Okta. Okay, so this kind of activity we can do the practical things. Okay, we can go one by one firstly. Okay, not go to in a fast track manner. Okay, so firstly, that's why I'm saying to you, practical is going to be started in the Okta side. So just hands-on on that area, get to set up your lab and all of the things. So it's quite easy for me and easy for you to understand how we can and where exactly we can start to work on that the Okta side. Okay. My first step it is to be to set up a Active Directory. Okay. Even you don't know about that the Active Directory, I will give you one complete session on the Active Directory also. Okay. In half an hour, I will give it to you that the overview of that the Active Directory, how the Active Directories look like. But in the practical side, we need to create the Active Directory. So that's why I'm saying just set up a lab. Okay. So in that lab, without any theoretical lecture on the Active Directory, we can do the practical, how we can create the Active Directory. Okay. So in a project, what the thing it is to be comes to you on the project side, in the Okta side, it is to be like very much simple. Okay, what they are giving to you, what they will give to you. Sorry, the project guys, whether you are deploying in the project, they will give you the tenant of Okta. Okay, AD is already been set up. AD part is taken care by some other team member. Okay, this AD team is something different. But in Okta tenant, AD is already been integrated for you. You no need to integrate. Okay, applications are already been integrated with Okta. But some of the application you need to onboard or integrate. Okay, for your client. Like if I'm saying my client is TCS. Okay, TCS wants that the Okta setup. TCS is having the Okta. Okay, TCS is having the Okta. Okay, but TCS want some vendors are be there, some partners are be there, so they are having their applications. Okay, now TCS want that, so my all of that the users which are be their vendors partners who are using that application, their users get authenticate all those applications. So on that side, from Okta side, what the Okta developer will do, it will integrate all those applications for their vendor side. Okay. So these are the couple of things we can get to know in a project way, or either firstly we get to know from our side a learning side firstly, then we can come across what exactly the in the project side area, what the kind of activity we can perform. Okay. In that performance side, lot of the business cases, use cases, I will taught you. No problem about that part. Okay. I have a lot of business cases and use cases. Okay, the problems, whatever the business problems came across in the project side. Okay, so our basic understanding it is to be there from my end. Just we go slowly deep down in the each tab, which is to be over here, which I'm showing to you. Go each and every tab, so you can easily understand how the things are we are going to cover up in that the Okta side. Then you can easily understand why Okta is required. Okay, not to go fast, not to go slow, but first thing first, it's I'm going to require. So in coming session, like on Monday, I required a complete thing from your end basically. Okay, firstly you just create your account in Okta. Okay, that is the main thing. Either rest of the thing is fine. Okay, because if you are having the Okta tenant access, at least you are able to see this console and work. Either not building the AD and all, that is a secondary part. Okay, I will get connect with you to the cloud based application directly, not the Active Directory, because we required some of the users. Okay, users mean the entities from the external side. Internal side we can also create the entities, but we required how this integration is going to be performed actually. So that's why we required the external identities. Okay, So Revati, just check with the GoLogica team tomorrow. Okay. I think they are working tomorrow. So just check with them and
Yeah.
just confirm me in that area. Are you able to get a thing or not? Okay, Veena, you
Uh,
are also in the group chat. Just if you are having any issue in creating that account and all, so you just tell me. Okay. Or either you wanted to go ahead right now, you can create your account. It's a 2-minute task only. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. After the session, I'll create it.
Yeah.
If I come across anything, I'll just let you know.
Yeah, it's not a big challenge over there. It's quite easy. Okay. Is it visible to you, all of you?
Yes.
Okay. So these are our two other protocols which is supposed to be used for making an integration between service provider applications. Like as we know that Okta is now behaving like an identity provider where all the information related to the users and all the identities are stored in the Okta itself. And they are authenticated all of those identities with the help of our Active Directory, where our actual repository are stored. So the Active Directory which we created so far, that is on-prem Active Directory. On-prem means that is the external one which is stored in somewhere in the server side. And some directories which the Okta is having, so these are called as the universal directories. So the Okta universal directory means the directory which the Okta is having itself in the browser or in the cloud. Okay. So right now we understood that Okta is behaving like an identity provider, and rest of the applications which we are supposed to onboard to assign our users, these are called service provider applications. So how those both the entities are supposed to be interconnect with each other with the help of such kind of protocols like SWA, SAML, OAuth, and OID. Okay, so now today we are talk about some OAuth and the OpenID Connect. What exactly it means and how they are supposed to behave. Okay, my screen is visible now.
Yes.
It mentioned OAuth 2.0. Is it clear to you? I think.
Yes. Correct.
Okay, so OAuth 2.0 basically means it's a version. 2.0 is a version of OAuth. So basically, OAuth is used for authorization framework, which enables a third-party applications. Third-party applications like, as I mentioned, you SAP application, Salesforce application, ServiceNow application, Zoom application, whatever the application it is. So it is basically used for authorization framework to enable third-party application to obtain limited access of HTTP services. Limited access means the access which is supposed to be given by our service provider or used by or authenticated by our identity provider. And it is behaving like on the behalf of the resource owner. So who is the resource owner? Resource owner is client. We are supposed to be the resource owner. So like as I'm giving you an example of that thing, like if you entered or created your account in Gmail or the Google, so Google have their lots of services. Okay, so let me share you one thing. What Google has OAuth 2.0. It allows the resource owner on the behalf of the resource owner. He is supposed to be approval to interact between the rest of the applications which is supposed to be there. Okay, so there are some kind of grant and the privileges is supposed to be mentioned in the OAuth 2.0. Okay, so without any grant or without any thing, we can't supposed to maintain this integration. We can't do to maintain this on the behalf of you, resource owner is supposed to be work on those areas. Okay, so there are some types of the roles which I'm supposed to tell you in the OAuth is defined. There are resource owner, resource server, client, and the authorization server. These four entities are supposed to be the role in which OAuth is supposed to be happen. How the OAuth is supposed to be work, how this protocol is supposed to be work. The protocol is supposed to be work on four entities: resource owner, resource server, client, and the authorization server. Now, who is the resource owner? The entity capable of granting access to the protected resource. The entity capable of granting access to the protected resource, that we call it the resource owner. When the resource owner is a person, it is referred to as an end user. Like resource owner means we are supposed to be accessing a thing from the protected resource side, okay, which is stored somewhere. Now the resource server, the server which is hosting the protected resource. There is a place where all your documents are stored. We call it as a protected resource, okay, where all the information is stored. We call it as a protected resource. Who want to access this thing? Resource owner. And who is hosting that the protected resource? That is resource server. Okay. And who is the client? Client is basically an application making the protected resource request on the behalf of the resource owner and with the authorization side. Like if I am going to access something from the Google account or something, okay, which I have already a Google account. Now I want to access that YouTube account. Okay, so I'm not supposed to enter or register in the account of the YouTube or not to create any account in the YouTube. Why? Because my account with the Google is totally working on the behalf of myself. Okay, and where all the information is stored, by all the information, all the files, all the videos are stored in the YouTube channel. Okay, so I want to access that. Okay, so I am becoming a resource owner, or who is taking this all the responsibility or storing all the things, that is becoming the resource server. Okay, now I want an access on that area, so I need an application. So that application becoming a Google, that is becoming an application, that becoming a client. Okay, now what the client will do, it will require an authorization server also, where all the information, all the things are supposed to be verified. So authorization server basically a server which is issuing an access token to the client after successfully authenticating the resource owner and obtaining authorization. Now, if I'm entering my Google account to the Google, so the resource owner, okay, so the resource owner issuing a set of token, which we call it the access token, on the behalf of my identity, and to give it to that the particularly resource server, that this person is totally authorized. Now you can give access to that person a particularly file or video, whatever he is required. Okay, so how this all the things are supposed to be work in the behind of OAuth authentication. Okay, let me clear with this picture also. Okay, now you easily understand what I am trying to say. Okay, now an application. In the first thing, what the first step, from the application side, the authorization request goes to the user, the resource owner. Authorization request means try to enter your username and the password. Okay, now the resource owner is requesting for authorization grant, like give me the grant, let me go inside the area. So the authorization grant has to be requested back to the authorization server, where authorization server need to check the user profile, his credentials, his identity. On the behalf of authenticity, getting from that the authorization server, on the behalf of authorization grant, it will release an access token. Access token basically the term which contains the whole information about that the particularly user. That user is authenticated from that the authorization server. If when the client gets this access token, it responds back to the resource owner. What resource owner will receive? The resource server will receive an access token. It contains the user information with his authenticity. That the user is authenticated. Once it finds that the user is authenticated or checking that the request
No, you just go by
access
yourself.
token. Hello?
Oh, sorry, not
Yes?
you. Not you, please. Sorry.
Okay. So once the resource server receives that access token, which contains the user authenticity and the ID of that the particular user, it will understand that that user is genuine and he is trying to access some of that the files or whatever the things which is stored in the resource server. Now he opens up the gate from the protected resource for the client. So this is how the flow of the OAuth is supposed to be work, whether we are entering or whether we are supposed to enter our credential on any of the account and grab the information on his protected site. Okay, so these types of activity
Um,
is supposed to be working
Karan,
on the behalf of it. Yeah,
so in OAuth, like OAuth is responsible for the authorization only, right?
yes.
The authentication has to be done from application side.
Yes. So the authorization basically the thing what is supposed to be here. Authorization means you are supposed to be authorized to get access the protected site or the protected file which is stored in the resource server. Okay. So these OAuth basically works on only on the authorization area. Okay, and the authorization means basically you are authorized to do that activity or you are authorized to get the information on the particular area. Okay, so it will require the authorization grant. Okay, it will check the authorization grant, what grant type you are supposed to sending or receiving and how you are accessing the access token. So basically that the OAuth works on authorization and it require in the form of user authentication or sorry user authorization in the form of access token. Okay, so once we receive the
Right,
access token,
because in case if the user want to be authorized for particular action, first that
hmm,
user needs to be authenticated. So for example, like if for any application, if we
hmm,
select like OAuth, so we are
hmm,
expecting like application will going to do the authentication on their side, right?
yes. So yes, suppose that area is also fine, but the thing it is supposed to be like in the OAuth, like whether we are supposed to entering our credentials. So on that time the user is already been authenticated, but he need to be authorized to get those information. Okay, so yes, you are correct about that part. It is automatically, not automatically, it is authenticated on that the client side basically. Okay, once the resource owner entering his credential.
Okay.
Okay,
And in SAML, both authentication and authorization does happen, right?
yes. In SAML, what exactly the things is in the SAML it is happen. In SAML, there are two things are supposed to be there. Okay, there are two types of initiation are to be there. Like either you are supposed to be go with the identity, authentic identity initiation, or either you are supposed to be go service provider initiation flow. So how the thing it is to be there? User in SAML, what the thing it is to be there? We are supposed to be interconnect both the entities like identity provider and the service provider. We are supposed to be make a connection between both of them with the help of exchanging of metadata in the form of Excel. So on that time, what is supposed to be happen? We require an authenticity, a certification of the authenticity from that the service provider to identity provider. Once it is supposed to be happen, both the entities are interconnected. Once both the entities are interconnected, user is supposed to be jump over on those area of the service provider application. Okay. Actually, in the SAML, what happened? In the SAML, only the exchanging of the information between two entities, identity provider and service provider, it is supposed to be there. And user is playing like a role who is making supposed to be happen. How he is supposed to be go inside in the particularly area. So his authenticity is supposed to be checked in the service provider end or either on the identity provider. Okay.
Okay. Alright. So, for example, like if application do not have the capacity of authenticating, then we can suggest SAML. But in case if they have their own identity provider, like their own local identity provider, we can suggest OAuth,
Yeah,
right?
if they are if they are having just repeat your question.
Sorry.
Just repeat your question. Repeat.
Okay. So, for the SAML, like we can suggest SAML to those applications, like where just we need both authentication and authorization to be done. Like application is not capable of doing both of the activities, but OAuth can be suggested to those applications which have their own authentication terms. Like they do have their own identity provider for authentication of the users, right?
Hmm. Yeah, but the thing it is supposed to be over here. Basically, those protocols, as I told you earlier, where we exactly required those protocols. Okay, like majorly in the case of OAuth, whenever we required such kind of applications which are supposed to be like mobile applications or API service applications are supposed to be there. Okay, so we suggest to go with that the OAuth protocol. Okay, because OAuth majorly works on those applications which are having the APIs. Okay, like in your mobile phone. Okay, so you are supposed to be having lots of food applications or this Amazon, Flipkart type of applications are there, and grocery applications are supposed to be there. So in your mobile, majorly the thing it is to be that you are downloading only those uh, organizations API. Okay, you are hitting the particularly API. You are hitting the particularly food. Okay, from any of the vendor. Okay, you are hitting his catalog. Okay, in the form of API. Okay, so on those area generally the OAuth is supposed to be work. Okay, because you are not supposed to be registering yourself in those particularly application. Your Gmail account or your Gmail credentials or your mobile number supposed to be work on those areas, and that becoming your authorization to rest of the application. Okay, so on those areas generally we use OAuth. Okay, and where we are supposed to use OIDC, like if we have such kind of applications like single page applications or web based application or any native based applications are there. So on those area we are generally suggest our client or customer to use OIDC. Okay, why we are supposed to tell them? I will tell you. So on this area we are telling them to
choose that protocol of OIDC because that is much helpful and powerful than the SAML and all. Okay, on that time. And where we are supposed to use the SAML, if we know that thing, like both the applications are supposed to be interconnected with the help of that kind of protocols, or where we require that the person authenticity has to be marked on, or either the user is supposed to be go with any of the flow, like either he go with the identity provider side, so his identity has to be checked or authenticated on the identity provider side, or he have the capability to go with the service provider application, then again his identity is supposed to be in the backend checked by the identity provider. Okay, so on that side we are suggesting them to go with the SAML 2.0. Okay, so there are, as I told you, that each and every protocol having their own capability. Okay, so according to the functionality and the use of the particularly application, we are suggesting our customer to go with that protocol. Okay, because each and every protocol having their own features, own capability to do something different. Okay, so that's why I'm saying to you over here, like if you see in the detail in the explanation of the steps which is followed by the diagram, as I told you earlier over here, it is mentioned that when an application requests authorization to access service resource from the user, okay, if the user is authorized the request, the application receives an authorization form. Okay, so you can see this side. Okay, so we have a Google platform, we have a client platform. Okay, so it's saying the application request authorization to access service resources from that the user side. Service request from that the user side. Okay, user is basically the client, your website or whatever the thing. Okay, you are logging in your client website and you are accessing the Google platform. Okay, so the application requests to access token from the authorization server with the help of API and presenting authentication on its own identity and authorize the grant. So once it is to be done, so the authorization grant has supposed to be marked on those areas. You see in this picture, the third step is authorization grant. On the basis of authorization grant, the authorization server reflect back the access token to the application. Okay.
What's the
So
duration
after
of
that,
the transaction, please? What's the duration of all this transaction? Is this something that happens like parallel or in series? How does it really typically work? You send it, it comes back, you send again like that. Is it something you keep doing often or?
so these direction are basically the things which is supposed to be in the backend. It is happening. Whether we are supposed to accessing or want an grant from that the authorization server. So like these things you are doing in the in your daily general access part, okay, on your authenticity and on your authorization. But it is not to be figured it out just because of the things, because there are lots of things is running behind that area. Okay, you are accessing, you want to access something, you wanted to grab an information on the protected site or somewhere. So these types of activity are supposed to be marked, but in the backend area. Backend area basically means you are not seen anywhere in your what is your access token, how your identity, how your credential becomes an access token. Okay, in the internet you can see. Okay, so on this directions are basically tells that how the things are supposed to be happen in the backend. Through that way, you are supposed to be accessing any of that the file or the resources in the platform. Okay, so basically in the OAuth, access token is the major point. Without this access token, you are not supposed to be get or go inside to the protected resource server side. The hackers. So who are the hackers? Hackers are basically grabbing that the user's access token. They have an eye on those access token. Without the access token, they are not supposed to be enter any of that the resource server where all the information are stored for any of that the platform, either it is Google, Facebook, or whatever. Okay, so they are having in a dark web, they are having an eye. They are simultaneously running around to getting then an access token of a user or an administrator, whatever. They are looking ahead for an access token. They are modifying, they are coding on for making that access token. They are randomly keep trying to make an access token. Once they get the access token, they go inside to the any organization, any banking platform, any hospital platform, any defense platform to get inside those areas, to get all the information what they are clearly looking for. To go inside that the user's account itself. Okay, because access token is the only things which is supposed to be get on the behalf of that the client, on the behalf of that the particularly user, because access token contains user's attribute, user signature, and users all the identity about that the users what he's looking for and what he's trying to access on which endpoint you are. Okay, so this is the majorly the critical part which in the OAuth which is looking ahead or which is supposed to be keep an eye of and hacker on those areas. Once you have any person's access token, you can get his account. Okay. Now there is one more thing which is comes in the picture, grant type. Okay. So which grant type is supposed to be work on the authorization server, and on the behalf of this grant type, how this access token is supposed to be created or generated from the authorization server. So now question raised again. First the question it is supposed to be what type of protocol is used for which application. Now what type of grant type is supposed to be used by for the authorization server to get an access token for our client or application. Okay, so now we have grant types. We have
Good
four
question.
type of grant types.
So,
Okay, yes,
so all the protocols and all the authorization process to enable that a client or a user get the access token is just simply saying there are layers of securities and that the right person have access to that access token. Is that basically what it is?
yes,
Okay.
yes, it is all it is. It's a layer of the things, how the things are supposed to be created to make a flow, about that thing that that person is supposed to be authorized to get those things. So these are supposed to be the step by steps. You can say in your term it is layer, that is also fine. So in my term it is a flow, or you can say it's a security area where all the things are supposed to be checked and marked and verified. Okay. Now the things comes to the authorization grant. What grant has supposed to be require or respond, or you can say what type of grant an application request for the authorization server, and how the authorization server send back to the client an access token on which grant type. So we have now 4 type of grant types. As you know, there are 4 steps cover obtaining an authorization grant and the access token. So the authorization grant type depend on the method used by the application to request authorization, and the grant type supported by that the APIs, only the API. So OAuth 2 defines 4 grant types, each of which is useful in different cases. So if you don't know about that the API, so I'll tell you what exactly that the API and with a example in your daily life. Like if you entered in a restaurant or you ordered something, so who will come to you? A waiter comes to you or a chef comes to you to take your order? Generally, as you know, always a waiter comes to you, take your order. Once you take your order, you get back to the chef and tells that I required this type of food for my customer. Now chef prepare all this item and give it back to you? No, he will give it back to the waiter, and waiter delivered all the items to your table. So now that API, now between you and the chef, the waiter is the API. So the API are supposed to work to get an information and deliver to the right place and get all the information on those area and deliver to you back. So this is the API working things. In your live scenario, the waiter is your API. So whatever the person who is in the middle of all your connectivity to the endpoint, so that will the API. Like between you and your delivery partner, either the Amazon or whatever the things. So these applications which are you entering, which you have already in place in your mobiles, these are the APIs. Where you are supposed to be orders from the catalog and go for shopping and make a transaction with the banking partners. So the banking is also with the API who will take care of your all the account. Okay, once the order is confirmed, and it will go back to the endpoint, the Amazon or the Flipkart. And the delivery partner is also an API on those areas. So they will deliver all the items to you. So how the things are supposed to be work, how these things, what type of the grant, what type of the way, how we are supposed to request a food to the waiter. So that is becoming our grant. How we are supposed to tell what type of the things we require. So that is becoming a grant in the term of this flow. So there are authorization code flow grant type. There is implicit grant type, resource owner, password, credential. We call it ROPC grant type. And there is client credential grant type. So what exactly it is happen in the grant type? In the authorization code, we generally use with server-side applications. Server-side applications means the application which are running on the server, and we call it as a server-side application. There are lots of applications which are running on the server side, not on the client side. Now there is one more thing. How you justify, how we tell that, how will you differentiate these are the server-side application and which are the client-side application? Now it is a very basic thing. The applications which are hosted on the server. Okay, server means the organization server areas. Okay, so those applications we are generally call it as server-side applications, and those applications which are directly engaged with the client on the client area. It means client system, or you can say his client local machines or their internals client application. So we generally call it as a client side application. Okay. So whenever we are touching down any of the server side application, we can use that the authorization code flow or authorization code grant type. Okay. Now, what is implicit grant type? Implicit grant type is used with the mobile applications or web applications. Okay, where the application run on the user device. User device means we have our computer, we have our laptops, we have our mobile devices, we have our tabs. So these are our own devices. So whatever we required, we go to the particularly application or any of that the browsing page of any of that the applications. So on those area, the implicit code flow grant type is used. Okay. Now, resource owner password credentials. Where it is supposed to be used? It is used with trusted application such as those owned by that the service itself. Service itself means who is providing you the services, they are running that type of or hosting that type of particularly applications. So we call it as a resource owner password credentials. Resource owner. So now the things is come to be the resource owner. Now who is the resource owner? So I told you earlier, who is the resource owner? Resource owner basically an entity which is capable of granting access to the protected resources. It means us, like we are supposed to be the resource owner. So now if we are the resource owner, so what exactly this grant type? Resource owner password credentials. So the resource owner is entering his password or his credentials on the particularly trusted application which is running by their own service provider applications. Okay. Now it is client credential.
So
Now
it means that for resource owner to grant the access, we have to use our credential password into the
yes,
application before we can grant the access. Okay.
yes. And in the behalf of this client credential, which is used with application API accesses. The application API accesses means the applications which are supposed to be running for only for the API based. The applications which are running only whether the API is accessible or not. Then these applications are supposed to be run. So on those areas, we are supposed to be enter client credentials, means the client side. Like if you are entering any of your credentials, like you are having your own applications and you are entering your Gmail account over there. So over there, your Gmail account is authenticating for your particularly applications or the API. So those credentials are supposed to be checked and marked. So on this way, the client credential grant type are supposed to be used. Now, the question raised mostly or generally what grant types are supposed to be marked or used in our daily projects or the client side. So I tell you, the authorization code and the implicit code grant type are generally used majorly. Okay. Now I will tell you this OAuth and the OIDC protocols. These two protocols generally are or majorly asked by the interviewer. Most of them. And they are having a lots of questions only on those of two of these protocols. Firstly, they will ask you, could you please differentiate between OAuth and the OIDC? And do you know the grant types? And if you know the grant types, So which grant type is generally used or why used? Okay, so you are supposed to be tell those answers, or you can supposed to be give the right answer, which I'm telling to you right now with lots of examples. Okay, like what grant type is supposed to be used and for which purpose. Okay, and what type of that the flow is supposed to be, you are supposed to be know about that thing, what type of the flow which is behaving in the OAuth and then in the OIDC. Okay, so these two protocols are highly in demand in the interview time, or they are supposed to be highly in demand whether you are working with your client also and your customer also, whether you are engaging with them to onboard such applications or their own applications. If your customer having their own application, how could you suggest them to go with which protocol? If you are go with that protocol, so what type of grant type you are supposed to suggest them? So that you need to understand what exactly the user's application it is, and is this application is supposed to be the mobile application, native application, web application. Accordingly, you are supposed to suggest them that protocol is supposed to work and this grant type is successfully enabled for you. Okay. So these types of the things you need to consider at the time of your projects and the interviews. Now this is the authorization code flow. This is the first picture of the authorization code flow. Okay. It is a very complicated architecture for the first time, but if you understand it step by step, so it's becoming a very easy architecture to understand what is exactly trying to say. Okay, if a client or if a resource owner, okay, just check only or see only two pictures right now. One is application client and see only authorization server, service API box. Just focus on two boxes. One is left, one is right. Forget about the middle boxes. Okay. Once the client goes to the authorization server and user requested the request, okay, on the behalf of the authorization server, it will revert back to the authorization code grant, the third point. Then on the behalf of that thing, he access the token request. On the behalf of that thing, authorization server give the access token grant. Okay, this is the first thing. Now see the middle picture, user and the user agent, which is your web browser. Like if I'm a user, I'm go to the web browser and accessing for user authorization application. So on the behalf of that thing, the authorization server revert back to the browser with the authorization code grant, and on the behalf of that thing, access token request generated and the access token grant is supposed to be marked. So this is basically the authorization code flow. Now I'll go back to the authorization code flow, what exactly it is. Now see, authorization code flow, what is saying that user with server side application. It is used with server side application. So now you can see the server side application, authorization server. It's a server side application. Okay. So what I'm trying to say over here, these are some of the code flow or the authorization code flow, or it is supposed to be the flow which is under the OAuth 2.0. Okay, so that's why I'm saying to you OAuth 2.0, it's not a simple thing whether you are supposed to be do immediately it will work. We need to check our API also. We need to check what type of the value is passing in the API. Oh, sorry, access token. Okay. So we need to mark our access token, and that access token having a validity, that access token having a mark of the user credibility. So these all the things are supposed to be checked and marked whether we are supposed to do 2.0 or 2.0 flow. So what exactly means that the access token? So access tokens are the credentials. These are basically the credentials used to access protected resources. As I told you, we required protected resources. So how the things are supposed to be capable, we are capable to grab those things information with the help of access token. So how this access token it is? Access token is a string representation and authorization issued to the client. What is a string? A string is a data type. As I mentioned you in the last time session, in the profile editor, whether I'm seeing you the profile editor of the Okta user, it mentions over there the data type, what type of the data type the user value it is having, user attribute is having, like first name having the data type string. Okay, and the value is any person name. Okay, so it is in the form of string, which is opaque for the client, and the token represents specific scope. Now, token is also coming with a scope. Okay, it's not like your token is valid for each and every application. Your token is not supposed to be publicly. It's a private thing for each and every user. Okay, so every token comes with a scope. Like your identity is having a scope. Like SWA identity is not work for Anne and Anne work identity is not work for Muskan. Okay, each person ID have different scope. Okay, similarly, a token represent a specific scope and the duration also, and the duration of access. If I am giving SWA, if I am giving an access token for the SWA for the particularly 15 minutes, so after this 15 minutes, his token is supposed to be expired. Okay, so after expiring that token, she is not able to authorize to go inside any of the platform. She is not supposed to be authorized to go and access that particularly application. Okay, so every token having a scope and that is having an access also, which is supposed to be granted by the resource owner and enforced by the resource server and authorization server. Okay, so now you need to focus on the 4 entities right now: authorization server, resource server, and the resource owner. That is granted by the resource owner. Okay, resource owner means B, which is granted by the resource owner and enforced by. Enforce means who is enforcing to make a scope, who is enforcing to make a duration, who is supposed to telling to the resource owner, source server, and the authorization server. Okay, so these we called it as a access token. Now there is a one brother of the access token. It is a refresh token. Refresh token are credential used to obtain the access token. Okay, we have the access token. We know now we know that access token. What exactly is access token? Now we want what is refresh token. As it name it is.
Question, Karan.
Yeah, yeah.
So this access token, what is the format? Is it some sort of password given
I tell you.
encrypted, or is it
Yeah,
just okay?
I'll tell you. I'll give you a picture of it. Access token always comes in a string format. It's basically a JSON. JSON means JavaScript web tokens. So basically, this access tokens comes in alphanumerical format. Okay, alphanumerical format means I'll tell you. I'll show you the image to understand that part. I'll show you in the practical side also. No problem. You see this picture. I'll show you. Okay, no problem. I'll show you whether we are supposed to do some lab. Okay, so basically the access tokens comes in a very big picture. Okay, it is a format of these types of alphanumeric things. Okay, how it is supposed to be. Okay, now you are able to see that thing. Okay, little bit of blur for you, I think so. For me, it's a totally alphanumerical type of script, or you can say the totally alphanumeric type of words are supposed to be there. Okay, which contains lots of information. It's in an encrypted form. Then it is going to be decrypted to get an information. Okay, so these access tokens are like in a multiple long length string. String means basically data type. Okay, so data type in the form of a string. String we call it in the form of anything which is comes in the string, like numeric digits, letters, special characters, all the things. So that is a complete bigger length of the access token. This access token is supposed to be encrypted, then it is supposed to be decrypted. Then the user is supposed to be get an information, get a code over there. Okay, I'll show you also this thing, whether we are supposed to do that type of activity in the API part. So we will clearly understand how this access token or the JSON web token look like. Okay, I'll show you. Look. Once I complete this refresh token, okay. So the refresh tokens are, as I told you, it is credential used to obtain the access token. So the refresh tokens are used to issued. Refresh tokens are issued to the client by the authorization server and used to obtain a new access token when your current access token becomes invalid or expired. So the two things have to be there. Access tokens is used to obtain the refresh tokens basically used to obtain the access token. First thing. Second thing, it is issued by the client by the authorization server. Okay, when your access token either is expired or invalid. Three things. Okay, till now you only understand these three things. Refresh token always comes after the access token. If your access token is over, his scope is over, his duration is over, now you are requesting for another token, then you are supposed to be get a refresh token from that level. Okay, so that we call it as a refresh token. Now what is OpenID Connect and how it is worked? So now it is a completely different thing, not exactly that the OAuth. Now OpenID is basically It's a superset of OAuth. What we did in the OAuth 2.0, so it is the upper hand of OAuth 2.0. Why? In the OAuth 2.0, we only understand that the authorization. Now, OpenID Connect, we understand on the area of authentication plus authorization both, with the help of two types of the APIs. We call it REST authentication. Okay. So the OpenID Connect allows for client for all type of application, which include your JavaScript, which include your native based application, which include your mobile application, which include your single page application. So every type of application, every type of mobile applications, or any type of the web-based application or browser-based application, we are supposed to use that OpenID Connect. In the last and the fourth point, it is mentioned that where your identity plus authentication plus your authorization are supposed to be taken. So it means that your OpenID Connect is supposed to be happen. Okay. So OpenID Connect contains all the information of the user, not only his authorization, his credential it will also take, his authenticity it will also take, and this user is which platform it is authorized, it will also take that also this authorization. So the things are supposed to work on this OpenID Connect platform. Okay. I'll give you that document to you, all of you guys. You just read it down for once in a while. Okay, just read it thoroughly so you can easily understand what terminologies are supposed to be marked over here, and you can easily understand with the help of these diagrams what exactly terms are you just familiar with the resource owner, authorization server, all these terms. Once you understand that part, you can easily understand in the back end whether we are supposed to do any types of practical on those areas, so you can easily correlate yourself what is exactly in the behind of this authorization grant, how it is supposed to be happen, or I'll show you in this Okta dashboard also whether we are onboarding such kind of application. So you will see all those grant types are also be defining over there. Okay, so that's it for today. Okay, I want to take much more session. One more, or sorry, I want to also take this session long, but I can't go with that area because it is too much terminologies are with there, and it is a first time it is new to you to understand all of the things. Okay, so once we are supposed to do some practicals, I'll touch all of these sessions quite long. Okay, so for now, I'll just share you this document. We just gone through by tomorrow all of this thing. If you are having such doubt on those protocols, all of the 4 protocols, so you can tell me before we are supposed to do some practical. Okay. Okay. A book. Okay. That books is generally like 2 years back. I found on this Amazon. Okay. Because I am the part of this Okta community, so generally whatever the update comes in the Okta, I found it. So there is a very good book which is supposed to be Okta and Okta Administrator available. Yeah. Now this book second version is in the market, so I suggest you to take this book. Okay, it is a very good book of one of the professional lady. who she's having such a good experience in this Okta organization and Okta field. She's also working and she write it down that. Okay. So her name is Lovisa. Okay. So you just now second edition is in the market right now. There is lots of things comes up in the market with this book. So it's better for you to either they are having Kindle and the paperback format. Okay. It's in dollar and it's also in India. It's in some rupees. Okay. So my suggestion you if you wanted to become a good champ in the you just grab this and start learning from the first of this lecture. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
It's
Quick
a
question.
very
Yeah,
good. It's a
yeah.
very
Quick
good.
question, Karen. Oh, please, is there
Yeah.
a way we can? I think I've asked about this before. That we can have the this Okta student guide. The reason why I'm asking is that I know we've done a couple of things for the past 3 weeks now, but it's like it's like I'm everywhere. I'm trying to understand. Okay, this is what we've got done. So it's like I'm following you blindly because it's like this is what you're teaching me, and then you're training us for. If I understand very well, you're training us for Okta administration our administrator, sorry. But again, I'm looking at, okay, what have I done? So far, so good. Take, for example, I'm preparing my mind where I'm going to this training for like interview, for like, okay, this is my responsibility as an Okta administrator. And because we are new to this, we really want to go in depth about what we've gone so far. Take, for example, when I said, okay, do you mind if I share my screen? I'm trying to kind of show you a sample of what I'm looking for so that I know this is a topic with what I can have better understanding. Take, for example, I've done cyber act training and we have this training content. Explain the content of what we're going to do all through, and then step
This
by
is
step, this
this
is
is
what we
this
need to
is this
achieve.
is no, this is the cyber art training material.
I know. I'm talking about in Okta training. Can we have like a training content? Because again, we've
Okay.
done
Okay.
Active
Okay.
Directory, we're talking
Fine.
about OAuth now. What is gonna be our
I
next
got
thing
that.
so that we know this is what we've done so far. This is what we need to do next. So that
Correct.
so that Karen will not say we are done, and then I believe that we are done when we are not done. Okay, so
No, not like
yeah,
that.
literally,
Uh,
yeah. I
It's
just
not.
want to have that.
It's not like that. If I am not supposed to be tell my student. Even I am not following exact format which is given by any of the institutions so far because the thing it is to be that if I am talking you about the content about that the introduction was SSO, now talk about that the identity introduction, what you mean by the workforce identity, what you mean by the managers and group. So like the things, according to me, first things comes is over there. We need to understand the Okta first. Then we need to understand how we create our Active Directory, how we onboard or sync our user from Active Directory to the Okta. Then we are supposed to understand the user profile and the groups. Okay. Then we supposed to understand about the universal directory groups and the user management, as I told you also. Then it comes to the application integration. When it comes to the application integration, it will comes to the all the protocols which are supposed to be there in that to help us to make the application integration. Then it is comes to the security area. As I told you, there are three things: application integration, security, and the workflow. Now the rules and policies all are comes in the security tab. Okay. Once that is completed, then it is supposed to be comes under there. These all the things are very generic content which I have it, which I take it from some of the institution. Then it is comes to the API. API is also comes under the security tab. Okay. The end user support is the last thing. Troubleshooting is the last thing. Okay. So what I'm telling to you, that is in. So I'm talking about that the Active Directory services. Okay. So Active Directory services, the thing it is, what is Active Directory? We need to understand first thing. What are all the objects
are available or how we create our objects, we should understand that thing. Why we use Active Directory, it is what the purpose of that thing, Active Directory, and where this Active Directory is supposed to be used in this current environment, or you can say where exactly on those entity side, where exactly it is supposed to be used. So we can understand these four aspects with the help of this slides. So what is Active Directory? Active Directory has an information about all the objects. It's containing all the objects means users, computers, and resources like printer, share, file folder in the organization network. If I'm talking about organizational network, so it means that whenever, whatever the locations, the area which is covered by your organization, okay, so it will completely define as a network. They are interconnected with each other. If a user interact with the organization, so he is supposed to use a device. So that device is also an object. He is supposed to use the printer. So that printer is supposed to be the object. So he is using the shared file folder. So that is also comes in the object. So the Active Directory contains all this information inside it. So that's why we call it having that all the informations of all the objects. Like objects means either the user, computer, printer, folder, and everything which is supposed to be used in entire your organization network. Okay. And it is similar to the telephone directory. As I told you earlier also, telephone directory if you seen in your past or in the current situation also, like there is a telephone directory which contain the person number, person name, person and person like details about address details and all the things. So we can easily figure it out where this person is exact location, where is it located, what's his contact number, what's his name also. So that is the similar kind of thing we can supposed to work in this Active Directory side. If we having some knowledge about some user, so we can easily identify which locations this user is belong to, which project this person belong to, and also we can also define that thing, that person is coming from this domain side. What are all the projects is assigned by this person? Okay, so that is the similar kind of telephone directory. It is a software to arrange, store information, and provide access and permission based on the information. It is also, I told you, it is a database kind of activity. It is supposed to be worked by this Active Directory. So you can say that thing. It is an arrangement of the software or store the information. Information about whom, to provide them access, permission, and whatever the information they are supposed to require. So if you see in the left hand side picture, there are lots of objects. They are directly connected with this kind of network. If the users
Hi, Kara.
are supposed to, yeah, now is it visible? Now it is visible.
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
So
Yeah.
I am in the fourth slide. Okay. So I'm talking about it is quite similar to that the telephone directory. Okay, and it gives the information about the software how it is supposed to be arranged. If you in the left hand side, there are lots of objects like computer, printer, user, and files and folders, and they are directly connected with an arrangement of these all the objects which are in isolated form. The arrangement you can see in the network. There are supposed to be the computer which having the shared folder, and the printer having the connected with the computers, and the computers are connected with the user. So these all are interconnected with each other in the organization. So through that way we can understand this thing, and Active Directory is supposed to be interconnect between all these activities. So I mean to say that thing, it is quite similar to store the information, to provide the access and permission to the users, and they can work with each other in a network. Okay. So one more thing it is over
Please, I
there.
have a
It is, you can
question.
say it is,
I have a question, please, about the previous
yeah,
slide. So when you say that it's
yeah.
similar to a telephone directory, if I'm linking that, that
Hmm.
means, in our telephone we have different numbers of different people with their names, and
Hmm.
so this is going to be something whereby we also store, because we are looking more into having access to things, right? So this is software that we use to arrange people based on their level, the authorization and the authentication, right?
Mhm.
Is this the same thing? I'm just trying to
Mhm.
put. Okay.
Yes, yes,
So
yes.
some
You
of them will
are.
have access, some will not have access,
Yes,
some have permission. So it's just a list of all the
yes,
people that will have
yes,
access
yes,
to everything. And we will use this Active Directory to be able to know the information about those people.
yes. You should be aware, and you should get the information about that all those peoples. Not only the people, any of that objects. If I'm talking about objects, it means that it completes devices also be there, and rest of file folders it is supposed to be there, and even the user's information is supposed to be there.
Okay.
Those guys who are having the permissions and authority to do that activity. Right now, I am giving you the information, and I am assuming that you are an administrator side. Okay, so right now you are the Active Directory administrator and the Okta administrator, and you should think about like that. If you are the administrator, so how you create your environment, how you design your environment in such a way so every information you should know about that thing, and each and every object has to be interconnected with each other in a network side. So if you think about that part, so you can easily understand this thing, then Active Directory will gives us a complete picture about that, how the
Okay.
arrangement and information storing has to be done. Okay.
Thank you. Okay.
So in the next slide, we can see that it is also the arrangement of network users, computers, and objects in a logical hierarchical grouping. So why it is calling as a network user? Like if I am working in one domain, okay, like I am the part of an organization, I am the part of Accenture, okay, and you are also the part of Accenture organization. But you are working in some different domain and I am working in some different domain. And your location is supposed to be different and my location is supposed to be different. But we both are working under one domain. Okay, like one domain means we are working on a similar kind of project, but our functionality are different. So that's why I'm saying that thing, how we can interchange our coding parameters, how can we can exchange our documents, how we can exchange our information to each other. So we should be come up in a network side. So all the information, all of the user around the world, if they are connected under a one domain, so they can easily understand and easily share the information if they having the permission in that side. So that's why it is also called it a logical hierarchical grouping side. Like through logical hierarchical means in the information which is supposed to be surpasses to their child, which is coming from their parent side. Okay, I'll show you also how the this thing is supposed to be created. So an Active Directory is also the information which is used for authenticate and authorize the user. Correct? Like why this is supposed to be authenticate and authorize? Like if I am a user, like I have a Gmail account, okay, and Gmail stored their user information somewhere in the cloud. Okay. So like if I'm entering my credentials, so this my credential are supposed to be authenticated by the Google Active Directory side, like Google Cloud side. If they understand that thing, that user means the current having that type of credential, so I can let him in inside that the Google platform either not. So he is also checking. So that's why Active Directory is also going to do this activity, whether he's supposed to authenticate and authorize the user, which are supposed to be the computer resources and any part of the network. So to give the information about that right candidate side. So like over in the picture, a user is authenticating to this CPU side, to the device side on the network side. If he successfully authenticated, then he's supposed to do some activity and share the information to the entire network. Now we are supposed to check out what type of objects are we doing. So objects are basically physical entity on the network side. Physical entity means like if we are having like any of the things, like if
Karan,
we are, yeah.
so I'm to interrupt in between. Actually, I would like to know, since like authentication and authorization does to take place in the Active Directory itself, right? So what will be the role of Okta in here?
No. Okay, I'll tell you. Like if you are creating any user over here, no, first thing it is to be there. I am not supposed to tell you over Okta over there. Okay, Okta is something different platform. Okay, we are supposed to be telling you. I am telling you about only that Active Directory side right now. I will tell you in a later session how the Okta is interconnected with this Active Directory. Okay, right now we are checking only the one technology which is supposed to be Active Directory side. Okay, like
Okay. So
if your
once like we
information,
are integrating this Active Directory with Okta, so at that time will the
hmm,
authentication and authorization will be taking place by Okta only, or will Active Directory will be the part of that thing? Like how it will be like, is it from the Active Directory side or the Okta side?
like Okta is on that time, whether the Active Directory is connected with the Okta, on that time we are using the Okta. We are using the Okta platform to authenticate our users. We are using the Okta platform to authenticate the user. Okay. On that time, Okta is not supposed to authenticating the user. Only Active Directory is supposed to authenticate the user. But when we are integrating any other application with the Okta, on that time, Okta is going to authenticate the user for that application. Okay. So Okta is behaving bi-directional. Okta is behaving like an identity provider or even the service provider also. Okay, on that time.
Okay.
So if I am saying like I'll show you, your question is valid, and I will show you one thing with the help of such diagram. Okay, so if I'm talking about this thing, this is an Active Directory or this is my user. Okay, so he is supposed to be get inside this Active Directory to make his authentication for this particularly user. So on that time, this Active Directory is supposed to be his identity access management side. Okay, but in the same case, whether we are supposed to choose Okta and over here is the Active Directory. If the user is entering inside the Okta, his ID is supposed to be authenticating from that the Active Directory. Okay, this is the second scenario. And now the third scenario. This is the Okta, this is our Active Directory, and this is the other application. This is might be the other application. Okay, on that time, what happens if user authenticating in the particularly application, this application. So application redirected to the Okta and Okta redirected to the Active Directory for his authentication. And after that thing, what happened? Active Directory give the permission to the Okta. This is the right user. I have this user information. On that time, Okta authenticate the user for this particularly application. So on that time, Okta becoming the service provider over here. Sorry, so not the service provider, identity provider over here.
Identity provider.
Because he is providing the information to the application, so he is becoming the identity provider. But right now it is behaving like a service provider. In that, if we are talking about Okta and Active Directory only. I'll show you how the things are going on. You can easily understand in the later picture once we created all the things practically in our lab site. So that is not
Okay.
a big
But
challenge for this.
overall, if we see, so authentication does take place from Active Directory only, right?
Yes, yes. You should be understand that every authentication has to be taken care from the Active Directory side because user information has to be stored over there, and that is the only delegated authentication area.
Okay. And for the authorization, like is it Active Directory only or Okta?
Authorization has to be given up to the particularly application side. So if his person is authenticated, then he is authorized to work in Okta premises or rest of the application also.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so over here we are in the object side. So what are all the objects of the Active Directory? These are the objects. We call it forest, domain, organizational units, users, contact, computer, share folder, printer, site, subnet. These all are the objects of the Active Directory. So what if I am talking about objects, it means that they are interconnected with each other to making the Active Directory complete. Okay. Once we are doing the practical, you can easily understand. For now, you just understand the terminologies, why we call it the forest, why we call it the domain, why we call it the organization unit and the user and rest of the things. So now objects are the examples like attributes. Like if a user having the name, location, department, so it means that user John is having rest of information. So that is becoming some of the attributes of the particular user. So these are the user attributes, name, location, department. So these are the user attributes. If we are clubbing our user, computer, printer in one, you can say the one architecture or one network, we call it as a container object. If we are individually taking up, like we are individually taking user, if we are individually taking printer, we are individually taking the computer or printer, so we call it as a leaf object. Leaf means the individual identity objects. If we are clubbing them, we call it as a container object. So these are some of the terminologies you should little bit understand, because you are not supposed to be becoming the Active Directory administrator. You are supposed to be becoming the Okta directory. Okay, but we should understand that thing, so it is easy to understand on the later on the Okta side also for you. Okay, so in the object side, these are some security principal objects, which is having GOID and SID also. Okay, whether we are creating any type of user, so some of the authentication and assignment permission are given to the particularly user, so we call it as in the term of GUID, which is 128-bit globally unique identifier, and SID is security identifier for the particularly user. Now we call it as a forest. Why we call it as a forest? Forest is like a complete, in the, if I am talking about in a real world scenario, so in real world, what we you mean by the forest? A forest is like a, which is containing all their types of animals, all types of trees, all types of plants, all types of rivers, whatever the things forest is having. So we call it as a complete jungle or complete scenario in the real world scenario. So right now in the forest, why we call it a term in Active Directory forest? Because it is the highest level of security boundary. Okay, highest level of security boundary means all the livings, non-livings, and whatever the things are be there in the forest, they are situated under one umbrella. So that we call it a complete forest. Okay. So similarly in this Active Directory, whatever our all the users which are located in around the globe, around the world also, so they are completely comes under one tree or one forest. So forest becoming that the highest level of security boundary. So all the network, all the user, all the information are be there, and they are interconnect and exchanging the information between all of them. Okay, like if we are talking about like in the real scenario in the forest side, some of the carnivorous animals are be there, some are omnivorous animals are be there, some high small plants are be there, some high trees are be there. Okay, but if we are containing all of them, so that becoming a complete forest, and the information and the exchanging of their, for their appetite, for their living purpose, for all the things, for all the animals, they are interconnected and making a biological network over there. So similar kind over here, the Active Directory forest is also be there. They are interchange and they are exchanging their information inside their each forest. Like if you see in the picture, we have two hands, left hand side and the right hand side. Here is becoming a one domain, and left hand side also becoming a domain, and domain is connected with other domain, and the right hand side also one domain is connected to the other domain. If we are containing, if we are domains are interconnected with each other domains, so then we call it as a domain tree. Okay, under the forest, domain tree. or a domain. So that is some type of hierarchy or the schema of the design has to be come up in the information exchanging. So that's why we call it as a forest. Okay. And the domain size, it is supposed to be, if we are seeing in this picture, a forest having the domains. And what domains is having? Domains having all the other objects which are supposed to be inside that thing. Like if I am working for a project, so that means my project domain, and then my name is comes to there. Okay, my identity comes to there. So which domain I am belonging, XYZ, it's my domain, and then my name is comes to over there. So similarly, whatever the information, whatever the devices is allocated to me, that all are comes under that XYZ domain. So that type of things we need to create in a hierarchical manner. So the information and exchanging of the information come over it. Then the domain tree. Why we call it a domain tree? Because tree connected with, oh sorry, domain is connected with other domain, and that domain connected with the child domain. So the exchanging of information is work like a parent-child relationship. A bigger level of the domain, parent domain, gives the information to the child domain, and that child domain one giving the information to the child domain 2. Then interchanging to A, B, C is come to that way. And that is a one-way trust has to be make out in the domain level things. Like if domain 1 user wanted to access domain 3 project, so he's supposed to be work or he's supposed to be access that functionality also, because each and every domain treating and behaving like a trust between them. So on that way they can easily understand what they required, what the information they required. And like a similar way, if you are working in a US or something in a US city or US location, and you wanted to fax it out from to different location of your domain side of the same company, so you can easily connect with that thing, because you are connected into the one network, you are connected into the one domain. So the information of exchanging has to be quite easy for you. Once we are creating, you can easily understand that thing also. Now this is the very interesting part. OU means organizational unit. How the organization unit are supposed to be defined. Like if you are working in an organization, so organization having majorly 4 pillars. One is your admin section, second is your HR system, third is your finance system, fourth is your marketing system.